Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never talk about what happened that day. Not really. People ask sometimes, especially when they see me avoid that part of the property, but I just shrug it off. How do you explain something that doesn't make sense? How do you tell someone that a building can respond? I was 13, living in this old two-story house with my family. Behind our kitchen door, maybe 30 feet back, stood this weathered barn with a loft space that had become my unofficial hideout. You know how kids claim spaces. That loft was mine. I dragged up some old furniture, hung posters on the wooden walls, and turned it into this little sanctuary where I could listen to music and paint without anyone bothering me. The barn itself was probably built in the 1950s or 60s. Heavy wooden beams, those classic sliding barn doors that never quite closed all the way, letting in thin strips of sunlight during the day. The main floor was cluttered with my dad's tools. Workbenches, toolboxes, extension cords snaking everywhere. Above it all, my loft perched like a bird's nest, accessible only by this steep wooden ladder. That particular afternoon started normal enough. School had let out and I was feeling restless, you know? That antsy teenage energy where you just need to do something with your hands. So I grabbed my art supplies and headed out to the barn. The weather was overcast, one of those late fall days where it gets dark too early and the air feels heavy with the promise of rain. I climbed up to the loft and spread out my painting stuff on the old card table I'd claimed as my workspace. I had my portable radio tuned to some alternative rock station. This was back when you actually had to find a good frequency and hope it didn't drift. The music filled that empty space above the barn, making it feel cozy instead of hollow. I was maybe 20 minutes into working on this abstract piece, just letting the brush move however it wanted, when I heard something from below. At first I thought maybe my dad had come home early and was looking for something in his toolbox. It sounded like metal on metal, that distinctive clank of tools being moved around, lids opening and closing. But then I heard footsteps. Not the heavy boots my dad wore, and not the quick patter of my little brother. These were deliberate, measured, like someone was walking back and forth down there, taking their time, maybe examining things. I turned down the radio and listened harder. The sounds continued, more tool rattling, what sounded like someone opening and closing the various toolbox drawers my dad kept down there. And those footsteps, steady and purposeful, moving from one end of the barn to the other. "Dad!" I called out, leaning toward the edge of the loft. "That you down there?" Nothing. The sounds just stopped completely, like someone had hit a pause button. I waited, brush still dripping paint, expecting to hear my dad's voice calling back up to me, but the silence stretched on, thick and uncomfortable. That's when this creeping feeling started in my stomach. You know that sensation when something's just wrong? When your body knows before your brain does that you should be paying attention? "Hello?" I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. The rational part of my mind was working overtime, trying to explain what I'd heard. Maybe it was just the wind moving things around down there. Maybe a cat had gotten in somehow and was knocking things over. Maybe the old building was just settling, making weird noises the way old places do. But I knew what I'd heard. Those weren't random sounds. They had rhythm, purpose. Someone had been down there, moving around like they owned the place. The uncomfortable feeling in my gut was growing stronger. I couldn't shake the image of some stranger rifling through my dad's tools, maybe looking for something to steal. Or worse, maybe they were still down there, just waiting. I turned off the radio completely and sat in the sudden quiet, straining to hear anything from below. The silence was almost worse than the sounds had been. At least when I could hear movement, I knew where the person was. Now they could be anywhere. That's when I made the decision to call my friend Marcus. He lived just a few streets over, and more importantly, his dad had this fancy video camera. One of those big shoulder-mounted things that was pretty high-tech for the time. If someone was messing around in our barn, maybe we could catch them on tape. I climbed down from the loft as quietly as I could, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every creak of the wooden ladder seemed amplified in the stillness. When I reached the barn floor, I looked around quickly, but everything appeared normal. Tools in their usual places, nothing obviously disturbed. But that feeling of wrongness hadn't left me. If anything, being down there made it stronger. I practically ran back to the house and called Marcus. "Dude, you need to bring your dad's camera over here," I said as soon as he picked up. "Something weird is happening in our barn." Marcus was always up for adventure, especially if it involved potentially catching something mysterious on film. He said he'd be over in 15 minutes. When he arrived with the camera, I explained what I'd heard. He was skeptical at first. Marcus was one of those kids who always looked for the logical explanation for everything, but when he saw how genuinely freaked out I was, he got serious. "So, what's the plan?" he asked, hefting the camera onto his shoulder. "We set it up in the loft, pointing down at the main floor," I said. "If someone comes back, we'll have proof." We climbed up to the loft together, and Marcus positioned the camera at the edge, angling it down toward the area where most of the tools were stored. The barn doors were slightly open, letting in those thin strips of afternoon light that would give us just enough visibility to see if anyone was moving around down there. The camera had this little blue recording light that would stay on as long as it was filming. Marcus showed me how to check if it was running by looking for that light. "As long as you can see the blue, it's recording," he explained. We got everything set up and hit record. The little blue light came on, casting its glow across the loft. The camera was aimed perfectly. We could see most of the main floor, including the workbenches and toolboxes where I'd heard all the activity. "Now what?" Marcus asked. "Now we leave it and see what happens." The plan was simple. We'd go back to the house, maybe grab a snack, and let the camera run for 20 or 30 minutes. If someone was using our barn as their personal hangout spot, we'd catch them red-handed. We climbed down from the loft, and I made sure to note exactly where that blue recording light was positioned. It was clearly visible from the barn floor, a steady little beacon that would tell me the camera was still running when we came back to check on it. We turned off the main lights in the barn and headed back to the house, leaving everything in that dim, shadowy state. As we walked across the yard, I kept glancing back over my shoulder. The barn looked innocent enough in the fading daylight, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from those dark windows. Inside the house, Marcus and I tried to act normal. We grabbed some sodas from the fridge and sat at the kitchen table, but I couldn't focus on anything he was saying. My eyes kept drifting to the kitchen window that faced the barn. Every few minutes, I'd check my watch. 20 minutes felt like hours. I kept imagining what might be happening out there. Someone discovering the camera, maybe stealing it, or worse, doing something we wouldn't want to see on tape. Marcus was chattering about something from school, but I was only half listening. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. "Let's go check," I said, standing up abruptly. "It's only been like 18 minutes, Marcus pointed out. "Close enough." We walked back across the yard, and I immediately looked up at the loft. That's when my blood went cold. The blue light was gone. "Marcus," I said, grabbing his arm, "the light." He looked up and saw the same thing I did. Nothing. No blue glow, no indication that the camera was still recording. The loft was dark. "Maybe the battery died," he suggested, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. It was fully charged when we started. We climbed the ladder to the loft, both of us moving more cautiously now. When we reached the top and looked around, what we saw made my stomach drop. The camera wasn't where we'd left it. We'd positioned it carefully at the edge of the loft, sitting flat on its base, pointed down at the barn floor. Now it was lying on its side, not the wide side like it had fallen over, but balanced on its narrow edge, the lens pointing toward the back wall of the loft. It looked like someone had picked it up, rotated it 90 degrees, and then carefully set it down in this impossible position. "What the hell?" Marcus whispered. I reached for the camera with shaking hands. It was still warm, like it had been running until just recently. When I turned it upright and checked the display, it showed that recording had stopped. "We need to get out of here," I said. The feeling of wrongness that had started in my stomach earlier was now crawling up my spine like ice water. Marcus didn't argue. We grabbed the camera and practically flew down that ladder. I don't think either of us took a full breath until we were back in the house with the door locked behind us. "Let's watch it," Marcus said, setting up the camera to play back what we'd recorded. The first part of the tape was exactly what we expected. A static shot of the empty barn floor, tools visible in the shadows, nothing moving. We fast-forwarded through several minutes of absolutely nothing happening. Then, at about the 18-minute mark, we heard it, a single, solid thud. On screen, the camera's view suddenly tilted, like someone had bumped the tripod. But there was no tripod. The camera had been sitting flat on the loft floor. As we watched in horror, the view began to rotate, slowly at first, then faster, as if invisible hands were turning the camera on its axis. The image spun past the barn doors, past the far wall, past tools and shadows, before finally coming to rest, pointed at the back wall of the loft. The motion wasn't random or chaotic like you'd expect if the camera had simply fallen over. It was controlled, deliberate, like someone was carefully repositioning it. But here's the thing that still gives me nightmares. There was nobody there. The camera had a clear view of the entire barn floor and most of the loft. If someone had climbed up to move it, we would have seen them. If something had fallen and knocked it over, we would have seen that too. Instead, we watched an empty barn where something invisible had reached out and touched our camera, moving it with purpose and intelligence right at the moment we were trying to catch it in the act. Marcus and I sat in stunned silence as the tape continued, showing nothing but the back wall of the loft for the remaining minutes until the recording stopped. "Maybe there's a logical explanation," Marcus said finally, but his voice was barely a whisper. I rewound the tape and played it again. Same thud, same deliberate rotation, same impossible movement with no visible cause. We must have watched it 5 times, looking for anything we might have missed, a shadow, a reflection, any sign of what had moved that camera. There was nothing. The worst part wasn't even the camera moving by itself, though that was terrifying enough. The worst part was the timing. We'd left that camera recording specifically to catch someone in the act of disturbing our barn. And whatever was in there had responded by turning our own surveillance against us, making sure we knew it was aware of what we were trying to do. It felt personal, like something was playing with us, showing us that it could touch our things, move our equipment, but stay completely invisible while doing it. Like it was saying, "I know you're watching and I don't care." I never told my parents what happened. How could I? "Hey, Mom, we caught a ghost on tape moving our camera around." They would have thought we were making it up, or that we'd faked the whole thing somehow. But Marcus was there. Marcus saw the camera in its impossible position, heard that thud on the recording, watched the deliberate way it moved. He knows what we captured that day, and he's never been able to explain it either. After that incident, I couldn't go in the barn anymore, not even during the day when sunlight was streaming through those open doors. Every time I looked at that loft, I remembered the feeling of being watched by something that could reach out and touch our world, but stay completely hidden from us. Even now, years later, I can't turn my back on that building. Something about the way it responded to our attempt to catch it, the intelligence behind that camera movement, the deliberate message it sent us. It changed something fundamental in how I see the world. There are things sharing space with us that we can't see, can't predict, can't understand. They're aware of us in ways we're not aware of them, and sometimes when we try to prove they exist, they prove it right back in ways we never expected. That blue recording light going dark wasn't equipment failure, it was a warning. And I've never forgotten the lesson. Some things don't like being watched, but they're always watching us. Story 2. I still can't sleep properly. It's been months now, and every night when I close my eyes, I see that thing standing in the corner of my room, the red tongue hanging down like a piece of raw meat. I know people are going to think I'm crazy, but I need to get this out. I need someone else to know what happened in that house. I was in my senior year of high school in New Jersey, living in this old colonial that my family had moved into when I was maybe 8 or 9. The house always felt off to me, you know? Not in any obvious way. It wasn't falling apart or anything like that. But there was this heaviness to it, like the air was thicker than it should be. My mom always said it had character, but I think what she meant was it had problems. The weird stuff started small. Doors would creak open on their own, usually at night. The floorboards would groan like someone was walking around upstairs when everyone was downstairs watching TV. My parents always brushed it off as the house settling, old wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes, normal old house stuff. But this one night in November changed everything. I remember it was a Tuesday because I had this huge chemistry test the next day that I was supposed to be studying for. Instead, I was lying in bed around midnight, scrolling through my phone like an idiot, putting off the inevitable cramming session I'd have to pull in the morning. That's when I saw it. I looked up from my phone, and there was this figure standing in the corner of my room, not hiding behind anything, not partially obscured by shadows, just standing there in plain sight like it belonged there. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with this humanoid shape that was all wrong somehow, like someone had tried to build a person from memory and gotten the proportions slightly off. The thing that made my blood freeze was its face, or where its face should have been. It was just this smooth, dark surface, no features except for this bright red tongue hanging out of what I guess was its mouth. The tongue was long, maybe 4 or 5 inches, just dangling there like it was too heavy for whatever was holding it. I couldn't move. I mean, literally could not make my body respond to what my brain was screaming at it to do. You know that feeling when you're in a nightmare and you're trying to run but your legs won't work? That's what this was, except I was wide awake. The thing didn't move either. It just stood there, and I got the distinct impression it was looking at me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. Me, frozen in my bed, it standing in my corner like some kind of sick decoration. Then my phone buzzed with a text message, and the spell broke. I looked down at the screen for maybe half a second, and when I looked back up, the corner was empty. Just my desk chair and the pile of clothes I'd thrown there earlier. I told myself I'd been dreaming, even though I knew I hadn't been asleep. I told myself it was stress from school, from college applications, from all the pressure of senior year. I almost convinced myself too, until I checked the time. It was exactly 3:01 in the morning. I didn't think much of the specific time until the next night, when it happened again. I'd actually managed to fall asleep this time, but something woke me up. Not a sound exactly, more like a feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I opened my eyes, and there it was, same corner, same position, same red tongue hanging down like a dead thing. This time, I forced myself to move. I sat up in bed, never taking my eyes off the figure, and reached over to turn on my bedside lamp. The light came on, and the thing was still there. Not a shadow, not a trick of darkness. A solid, 3-dimensional presence in my room. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut, opened them again. Still there. That's when I heard it. This low humming sound, like when you have a bad connection on a phone call, but coming from everywhere at once. The sound seemed to fill the room, vibrating in my chest, making my teeth ache, and then, at exactly 3:01, the humming stopped and was replaced by something that still gives me chills to think about. Crickets. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all chirping at once. But they weren't outside. They were inside my house, in the walls, in the ceiling, everywhere. The cricket sound lasted exactly 1 minute. I know because I was staring at my alarm clock the whole time, watching those digital numbers like they were going to save me somehow. At 3:02, the crickets stopped as suddenly as they'd started, and the figure in the corner faded away like smoke. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat up with my back against the headboard, every light in my room turned on, waiting for morning to come. When my parents got up for work, I told them I was sick and couldn't go to school. My mum felt my forehead, said I didn't have a fever, but I looked terrible, and she'd let me stay home this once. I spent that whole day researching online. I looked up everything I could think of: sleep disorders, hallucinations, stress-induced psychosis. I was desperate to find some kind of medical explanation for what I was seeing, but nothing quite fit. The timing was too precise, the experience too consistent. The third night, I tried to stay awake. I drank 3 cups of coffee and kept myself busy with homework until well past midnight. But around 2:30, my eyelids started getting heavy, despite the caffeine. I was determined not to fall asleep, but my body had other plans. I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning, and this time, something was different. The figure wasn't in the corner. It was standing right next to my bed. I could see details now that I hadn't noticed before. Its skin, if you could call it that, looked like it was moving. Not crawling exactly, but shifting and rippling like water. The red tongue was even worse up close. It had this wet, glistening surface that caught the light from my alarm clock. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt like it was being crushed by some invisible weight. The thing leaned down toward me, and I could smell something awful, like meat that had been left out too long, mixed with something metallic. At 3:01, the crickets started again, but this time they were louder, so loud I wanted to cover my ears, but still couldn't move my arms. The sound was overwhelming, like being inside a cricket factory. I could feel them in my brain, their chirping drowning out my own thoughts. And then something new happened. Through the cricket noise, I heard footsteps downstairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking through our living room, our kitchen, coming up the stairs toward my room. The figure next to my bed straightened up and turned toward my door. The footsteps got closer, and I heard the floorboard right outside my room creak under someone's weight. My bedroom door, which I'd locked before going to bed, slowly swung open. Nothing came through it. No one was there. But the door just hung open like an invitation, and cool air from the hallway flowed into my room. The figure beside my bed started walking toward the open door, moving with this weird gliding motion like its feet weren't quite touching the floor. Just before it reached the doorway, it turned back to look at me one more time. I still couldn't see its face clearly, but I knew it was smiling. Don't ask me how I knew. I just did. At 3:02, everything stopped. The crickets cut off like someone had flipped a switch. The figure disappeared. My door swung shut with a soft click. I was alone again, soaked in sweat and shaking like I'd just run a marathon. This went on for 2 weeks. Every night, 3 in the morning, the figure would appear. Sometimes in the corner, sometimes next to my bed, once at the foot of my bed just staring at me. The crickets always came at 3:01 and stopped at 3:02. Sometimes there would be footsteps, sometimes other sounds. Doors opening and closing, what sounded like furniture being moved around downstairs. Whispers I couldn't quite make out. I was falling apart. My grades were tanking because I couldn't concentrate on anything. I was drinking so much coffee to stay awake that my hands shook constantly. My parents kept asking what was wrong, but how do you explain something like this without sounding insane? Then one night, everything changed. It was a Friday, and I'd actually fallen asleep earlier than usual because I was just exhausted from 2 weeks of barely any rest. I woke up at 3 like clockwork, but this time the figure wasn't there. Instead, there was something else in my room, a smell like flowers and something clean like fresh laundry. The crickets started right on schedule, but they sounded different, softer, more musical. And then I saw her. A woman, or what looked like a woman, was standing where the dark figure usually appeared. She was wearing white, and she seemed to glow with her own light. Not bright enough to hurt my eyes, but enough that I could see her clearly even in the dark room. She was beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. Long hair that moved like it was underwater, a face that looked kind and sad at the same time. When she looked at me, I felt this incredible sense of peace wash over me, like being wrapped in the warmest, safest blanket in the world. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't terrified. I felt protected. The woman raised her hand toward me, and I swear I could feel warmth radiating from her palm. The cricket sounds grew louder, but instead of being overwhelming, they sounded like a lullaby. My eyelids got heavy, not from exhaustion, but from this deep, peaceful sleepiness. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off, and sunlight was streaming through my windows. For the first time in 2 weeks, I'd slept through the night without waking up in a panic. That day, I felt better than I had in months. Whatever had been haunting me seemed to be gone. I went to school, aced a pop quiz in English, even managed to have a normal conversation with some friends at lunch. It was like the woman in white had driven away whatever evil had been tormenting me. But the weird stuff didn't stop completely. It just changed. My mom started mentioning strange things around the house. She'd see lights moving across the ceiling at night, like someone was shining a flashlight around upstairs. She never seemed scared by it, though, just curious. She'd say things like, "I saw the strangest thing last night," but then laugh it off. My fiancée, I was dating this girl Sarah at the time, and we were talking about getting engaged after graduation. She had her own experiences when she'd sleep over. She told me she sometimes saw what looked like a dark cloak or robe moving down our hallway, but it never came into my room. She said it felt like it was patrolling, making sure everything was okay. One morning, she woke up with 3 parallel scratches on her back. They weren't deep, barely broke the skin, but they were perfectly straight and evenly spaced like claw marks. She said she must have scratched herself in her sleep, but I'd been lying right next to her all night and hadn't seen her move. The scratches healed up fine, and Sarah didn't seem too bothered by them, but they made me nervous. What if whatever had been in my room was now going after her? But the most unsettling thing was what my brother told me months later. He's 2 years younger than me, and he'd never mentioned anything weird happening in the house before. But one day, completely out of the blue, he came up to me and said, "Hey, do you remember that dream you had about the kids in the cornfield?" I had no idea what he was talking about. I'd never had a dream about kids in a cornfield, at least not one I remembered. When I told him that, he got this confused look on his face. "But I had that exact dream," he said. "There were these grey children running through corn stalks, and they were calling my name. I thought you told me about having the same dream." I asked him to describe it in more detail. He talked about how the children looked sick, their skin this awful grey color, and how they kept reaching for him as he ran through the rows of corn. He said he could hear them whispering his name over and over, getting closer and closer until he woke up. The thing is, I never told him about any of this stuff that had been happening to me. I'd kept it all to myself, because I was afraid everyone would think I was losing my mind. But somehow, my brother had connected to whatever was going on in our house. He was experiencing it too, just in his dreams instead of while awake. A few days after that conversation, he told me something that made my blood run cold. He'd been getting ready for school one morning, and he happened to look out his bedroom window that faced our backyard. Standing at the edge of our property, Right where our lawn met the woods behind our house was a tall figure with something red hanging from its face. He said it was only there for a few seconds before it stepped back into the trees and disappeared. But he was absolutely certain of what he'd seen. He described it exactly the way I would have. The wrong proportions, the smooth face, the red tongue. The thing that had been haunting me hadn't left. It had just moved outside. I never told my brother about my experiences, and he never brought up the figure in the woods again. But I started paying more attention to our backyard, especially in the early morning hours when he'd seen it. I never saw it myself, but sometimes I'd notice things. Footprints in the soft dirt near the tree line that were too big to be human. Branches broken at exactly head height, like something tall had walked through without bothering to duck. Once, I found what looked like claw marks scraped into the bark of our old oak tree. The house felt different after the woman in white appeared. Calmer somehow, like the oppressive heaviness had lifted. My parents stopped complaining about weird noises at night. I could sleep without fear for the first time in months, but I always had the feeling that whatever had been in my room was still out there, just beyond the edge of our property, waiting for something, watching us from the woods. I moved away for college the following fall, and I haven't lived in that house since. My parents still live there, and they've never mentioned anything unusual happening. My brother graduated a couple years after me and moved out west. We don't talk about that time much, but every once in a while he'll call me and say something like, "I had that cornfield dream again." I don't know what was in our house during my senior year. I don't know why it chose me, or why it appeared every night at exactly 3 in the morning, or why the woman in white was able to drive it away. I've read about sleep paralysis and night terrors, but those explanations don't account for the physical evidence. The scratches on Sarah's back, the footprints in the yard, my brother's shared experiences. All I know is that for 2 weeks, something evil shared my space and made my life hell. And then something good came along and chased it away, at least from inside the house. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my apartment now and I hear a sound I can't identify, I check the time. If it's anywhere close to 3 in the morning, I turn on every light and stay awake until sunrise. Because I'm terrified that thing is still looking for me, still waiting for the right moment to come back, and I'm not sure the woman in white would be able to save me a second time. The red tongue still haunts my dreams. Sometimes I wake up convinced I can smell that rotting meat odor in my room, but when I turn on the lights, there's nothing there. Nothing I can see anyway. Story 3. I'm 14 and I still can't walk that trail. It's been over a year now, and my dog whimpers every time we even get close to the path that leads to the golf course. People keep asking me why I won't go that way anymore, why I take the long route around the village just to avoid a perfectly normal walking trail. How do you explain something like this without sounding completely mental? I live in this small village in the English hills, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where nothing really exciting ever happens. It's all stone cottages and rolling green fields with these narrow lanes that wind between hedgerows and old stone walls. Beautiful, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. But when you're 14 and you've lived here your whole life, it gets pretty boring pretty fast. The trail I'm talking about cuts through the countryside, from our village to the old golf course about 2 miles away. It's this well-worn dirt path that's been there forever, probably used by farmers for generations before they built the golf course. During the day, it's nothing special, just a muddy track through some fields and a small patch of woodland. This whole thing started because of a school assignment we had in English class. Our teacher, Mrs. Henderson, had us doing this project on urban legends and folklore. Everyone had to pick a different legend and do a presentation on it. Most kids chose the obvious stuff, the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, that sort of thing. But my classmate Emma picked something called Black-Eyed Children. I'd never heard of it before, but when she did her presentation, it seriously creeped me out. She talked about these stories of kids, usually around 10 to 16 years old, who show up at people's doors or approach them in parking lots. They look normal except for their eyes, which are completely black. No whites, no iris, just solid black like they've been filled with ink. According to the stories Emma found online, these kids are always asking for help. They want to come inside your house, or get a ride somewhere, or use your phone. They're always very polite and persistent, but there's something wrong about them. People who encounter them say they feel this overwhelming sense of dread, like every instinct in their body is screaming at them to run. The weird part is, there are hundreds of these stories from all over the world. Different countries, different languages, but always the same basic description. Kids with completely black eyes asking for help in this flat, emotionless way. Emma showed us some photos that people claimed were real black-eyed children, though they were all blurry and could have been faked easily enough. Still, something about the whole thing stuck with me. Maybe it was the way she described how the witnesses felt. That primal fear response, like your body knows something is dangerous even when your brain can't figure out what. Anyway, that was on a Thursday. The presentation, I mean. And I remember walking home that day thinking about those stories, wondering if there was any truth to them, or if they were just modern folklore like Mrs. Henderson had explained. Urban legends that spread through the internet instead of around campfires. That weekend, Saturday afternoon, I was feeling restless. It was one of those grey October days where the sky looks like it's pressing down on everything, heavy and dull. My parents were both working. Mum was doing her books for the shop, and Dad was fixing something in the garage. I'd finished my homework and was bored out of my mind. I decided to take my dog for a walk. His name's Buster, and he's this medium-sized mixed breed, probably part terrier and part something else. He's usually fearless, the kind of dog that chases after anything that moves and isn't afraid of loud noises or strange smells. He's been with our family since I was 8, so we know each other pretty well. I grabbed his lead and told my parents I was going for a walk. Mum just waved from her desk and told me to be back before dark. It was around 3 in the afternoon, so I had plenty of time. I decided to take the trail to the golf course. It's a nice walk, especially in autumn when the leaves are changing colors. The path starts just past the old church at the edge of our village and winds through some farmland before cutting through a small wooded area and then opening up into the fields around the golf course. Buster was excited, like he always is when we go for walks. He kept pulling at the lead and stopping to sniff at interesting smells along the way. The first part of the walk was completely normal. We passed the church, went through the wooden gate that marks the start of the public footpath, and headed out into the countryside. The weather was getting worse as we walked. The wind was picking up, and it was getting colder. I should have brought a heavier jacket, but I didn't want to turn back. Buster didn't seem to mind the weather. If anything, he seemed more energetic than usual, running ahead to the full length of his lead and then coming back to check on me. We were about halfway to the golf course, just entering the wooded section of the trail, when something got in my eye. A piece of grit or dust caught up by the wind. It was really irritating, making my left eye water like crazy. I had to stop and try to blink it out, dabbing at my eye with the sleeve of my jacket. That's when I first noticed Buster's behavior change. He'd been pulling forward on the lead just moments before, eager to explore the woods ahead of us. But suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. Not just stopped, he actually backed up a step and pressed against my legs, which is something he never does. Buster's not a nervous dog. He doesn't cower or hide behind me when he encounters new things. I was still dealing with whatever was in my eye, so I didn't pay much attention at first. I figured maybe he'd heard something in the woods, a squirrel or a bird, and was just being cautious for once in his life. But when I finally got my eye sorted and looked up, I saw what had spooked him. There was a little girl standing in the middle of the trail, maybe 10 meters ahead of us. At first glance, there was nothing particularly unusual about her. She looked to be around 10 or 11 years old, with long brown hair that hung down past her shoulders. She was wearing a white dress that came down to her knees, the kind of simple cotton dress that kids wear in summer. But it was October, and it was cold. The dress looked thin, not suitable for the weather at all. And there was something else that struck me as odd. The dress was covered in mud. Not just dirt from walking on the trail, but proper mud, like she'd been rolling around in it. The hemline was completely brown, and there were muddy handprints on the front of the dress. The girl was standing perfectly still in the center of the path, facing away from us. She wasn't looking around or moving at all, just standing there like she was waiting for something. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe she was lost or hurt. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond, didn't even turn around to acknowledge that I'd spoken. That's when I noticed how pale she was. Her skin was almost white, especially her arms and the back of her neck. It wasn't just pale like someone who doesn't get much sun. It was unnaturally white, almost translucent. In the grey afternoon light, she looked like she was made of fog. Buster was trembling now, pressed against my legs so hard I could feel him shaking through my jeans. He kept making this low whining sound in his throat. Not quite a whimper, but something I'd never heard from him before. When I looked down at him, his ears were flattened against his head, and his tail was tucked between his legs. I've never seen him react to another person like that. Buster loves people, especially kids. He usually gets excited when he sees children and wants to go say hello, but he was acting like the girl in front of us was some kind of predator. I took a step forward, thinking I should check if she needed help. Maybe she'd fallen in a puddle somewhere and gotten all muddy. Maybe she was lost and scared and didn't know how to respond when a stranger called out to her. "Hey," I said again, louder this time. "Are you lost? Do you need help getting home?" That's when she turned around. But she didn't turn around the way people normally do. She didn't turn her body first and then her head. Instead, her head rotated all the way around to face me, while her body stayed in exactly the same position. It was like watching someone's neck twist 180 degrees without the rest of them moving at all. The movement was completely wrong. Humans don't turn their heads that way. It's physically impossible. But I watched it happen right in front of me, this slow, deliberate rotation that should have snapped her neck. When her face came into view, my stomach dropped. Her eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils, the entire eye from corner to corner was this solid, glossy black color, like two pieces of polished stone had been stuck into her eye sockets. There were no whites, no iris, no reflection of light, just perfect, bottomless black. Those weren't human eyes. They couldn't be. I felt this wave of pure terror wash over me, starting in my chest and spreading out to my arms and legs. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. My heart started pounding so hard, I could hear it in my ears, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring at those impossible black eyes, while my brain tried to process what I was looking at. The girl, or whatever she was, tilted her head to one side like a curious animal. When she spoke, her voice was flat and emotionless, like she was reading words off a script. "Can I touch your dog?" The question came out of nowhere. She didn't introduce herself, didn't explain why she was there, or why she was covered in mud. Just that simple, direct request, in a voice that sounded completely dead. I found my voice somehow and managed to stammer out, "No, no, you can't." I don't know why I said no. It should have been a harmless enough request, but something deep in my brain was telling me that letting this thing anywhere near Buster would be a terrible idea. She didn't seem disappointed or upset by my answer. Her expression didn't change at all. She just stood there for a moment, head still tilted at that weird angle, and then asked, "Can I touch your hair?" Again, that same flat mechanical tone, like she was going through a checklist of things to ask for. No, I said again, taking a step backward. Buster pressed against my legs even harder, and I could feel him trembling worse now. Can I hold your hand? This time her voice changed slightly. There was something pleading in it, almost like she was about to cry, but her face still showed no emotion at all. Her expression was completely blank, which made the sad tone of her voice even more unsettling. I shook my head without saying anything. I wanted to turn around and run, but I was afraid to take my eyes off her. Something told me that turning my back on this thing would be a mistake. That's when she started crying. Tears began rolling down her cheeks, but she wasn't making any sound. Her face didn't change at all. No scrunched up features, no sobbing expression, nothing. Just tears streaming down from those black eyes while she continued to stare at me with that blank, emotionless face. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever seen. Crying without any expression, tears without sadness. Like her body was going through the motions of crying, but there was nothing human behind it. "Please," she said, and now her voice was definitely taking on that whiny, pleading quality that kids get when they really want something. "Please, can I touch your dog? Please, can I hold your hand?" I started backing away, pulling Buster with me. He didn't need any encouragement. He was already trying to get as far from her as possible. "No," I said firmly. "We have to go now." That's when everything changed. The moment I started to turn away, she dropped to her knees in the middle of the muddy trail. But she didn't just kneel down. She collapsed like someone had cut her strings. Her hands went to her hair, and she started pulling at it, yanking out chunks of brown hair by the roots. And she began to crawl toward us, not walking on her hands and knees like a normal person might if they were playing around. This was something else entirely. She was moving like an animal, using all four limbs to propel herself forward with this weird, scuttling motion. Her back was arched, her head was low, and she was moving fast, too fast. I turned and ran. I didn't think about it, didn't make a conscious decision to flee. My body just took over and got me the hell out of there. Buster was right beside me, running as hard as his legs could carry him. We crashed through the underbrush alongside the trail, branches catching at my clothes and scratching my face. Behind us, I could hear this scraping, rustling sound as she followed us through the woods. It sounded like she was still crawling, but she was keeping up with our pace somehow. Every time I thought we might be putting distance between us, I'd hear that scraping sound getting closer. I risked a look over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. She was still following us, still crawling in that horrible, unnatural way. But the worst part was her face. She was looking right at me while she moved, her head twisted up at an impossible angle so she could maintain eye contact. Those black eyes were locked onto mine, and she had this expression now, not blank anymore, but hungry, like she was enjoying the chase. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life. My lungs were burning, my legs were shaking, but I didn't dare slow down. Buster was panting hard beside me, but he kept pace. We crashed through the woods, following what I hoped was the general direction of the village. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. When I finally risked another look back, there was nothing there. No sign of her, no scraping sounds, just the normal quiet of the woods. But I didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the village. When we finally made it home, I was a complete mess. My clothes were torn. I had scratches all over my arms and face, and I was shaking so hard I could barely get the key in the front door. Buster wasn't much better. His fur was full of burrs and twigs, and he was panting like he'd run a marathon. My parents were in the kitchen when we stumbled in. They took one look at us and immediately started fussing, asking what had happened, if we were hurt, why we looked like we'd been in a fight with a hedge. I told them we'd gotten lost in the woods and had to push through some thick undergrowth to find our way back to the path. It wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. How could I explain what I'd really seen? They'd think I was making it up, or that I'd had some kind of panic attack and imagined the whole thing. But Buster's reaction was real enough. For the rest of that day, he wouldn't leave my side. He followed me from room to room, always staying close enough to touch. When I sat down, he'd press against my legs, the same way he had when we'd encountered the girl on the trail. That night, when I tried to take him out for his evening walk, he refused to go anywhere near the path that led toward the golf course. He'd walk in any other direction, but the moment we got close to that trail, he'd dig in his heels and refuse to move. I had to drag him back to the house. It's been over a year now, and he still won't go near that trail. We can walk everywhere else in the village, but if we even approach the path to the golf course, he starts whimpering and tries to go the other way. Dogs don't forget things like that. They don't hold on to irrational fears for no reason. Whatever we encountered that day, Buster remembers it as clearly as I do. I've tried to convince myself that I imagined it all. Maybe I did have some kind of panic attack. Maybe the school presentation about black-eyed children got into my head and I projected it onto a perfectly normal encounter with a lost kid. Maybe the mud on her dress and the weird way she moved and those impossible black eyes were all just my imagination running wild. But I can't explain away what happened at the end. When I looked back that last time, when I saw her crawling after us with her head twisted around to maintain eye contact, I watched her sink into the ground, not trip and fall, not stumble into a ditch or a hole. Sink. Like the earth was swallowing her up, she slowly disappeared into the trail itself. First her legs, then her torso, then her shoulders. Her head was the last thing to go, those black eyes still staring at me until the ground closed over them completely. The trail was solid dirt and gravel. There was no water, no soft mud, nothing that could cause someone to sink like that. But I watched it happen. I saw her get swallowed up by the path as if it were quicksand, and then she was gone. I never reported it to anyone, never told my parents or my teachers or the police. What would I have said? That I'd encountered something that couldn't possibly exist. That a little girl with black eyes had tried to touch my dog and then vanished into the ground. But sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd said yes. If I'd let her touch Buster, or hold my hand, or do whatever it was she really wanted to do. Would we have ended up sinking into that trail too? Would anyone have ever found us? I still live in the same village, but I take the long way everywhere now. The trail to the golf course is still there, still gets used by hikers and dog walkers who don't know what I know. Sometimes I see them heading that way, and I want to warn them. But warn them about what? A little girl who probably wasn't real, except she was real. I know she was. And somewhere under that trail, in whatever impossible space exists beneath solid ground, I think she's still there, still waiting for someone to say yes to her questions, still asking if she can touch your dog. Story 4. I don't walk in those woods anymore. It doesn't matter that it's my grandparents' property. Doesn't matter that I grew up playing between those pine trees and racing their old dogs through the underbrush. Something lives in there that shouldn't exist, and I know because I looked right at it. This happened at the end of summer when I was 15. I was staying with my grandparents like I did every summer since I was little, out on their 40-acre property near the Quinault Reservation in Washington. It's beautiful country, dense forests of Douglas fir and pine, streams running through the valleys, mountains in the distance. The kind of place where you can walk for hours and never see another person. My grandparents had 3 dogs back then, 2 German shepherds and this old golden retriever mix who was getting slow in his old age. I spent most of my time outside with those dogs, exploring trails, swimming in the creek, just being a kid who didn't have to worry about homework or drama with friends from school. That particular evening, it was getting toward dusk. I'd say it was around 7:30 or 8 o'clock, still light enough to see clearly, but the sun was starting to sink behind the tree line. I decided to take one last walk before dinner, following this familiar trail that wound through the densest part of the forest. The dogs weren't with me, which was unusual. Normally they followed me everywhere, always eager for another adventure, but earlier that day all three of them had been acting weird, restless and nervous, like they could sense a storm coming even though the sky was clear. They kept clustering together near the house, whining softly, and when I tried to get them to come with me for a walk, they just looked at me with these anxious expressions and stayed put. I should have paid attention to that. Dogs know things we don't. But I was 15 and thought I knew better. I'd been walking those woods my whole life, knew every trail and landmark. What could possibly go wrong on my grandparents' own property? The trail I took that evening was one of my favorites. It started behind their house and wound through maybe 2 miles of forest before looping back. It passed this old fallen log that I'd climbed on as a kid, went by a small clearing where deer would come to graze in the early morning, and eventually led to this rocky outcrop where you could see for miles across the valley. But I never made it to the outcrop that day. I was maybe 20 minutes into the walk when I noticed how quiet everything had gotten. The forest is never completely silent. There are always birds calling, squirrels rustling through the branches, insects buzzing around. It's this constant low-level background noise that you don't really notice until it's gone. And it was gone. Completely. No bird sounds, no wind moving through the trees, no insects, nothing. It was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire forest. The only sound was my own footsteps on the dirt trail and my breathing, which suddenly seemed way too loud. I stopped walking and stood perfectly still, listening. The silence pressed against my ears like something physical. It felt wrong, unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath. That's when I saw him. He was standing in the middle of the trail, about 50 feet ahead of me, perfectly motionless. At first glance, I thought it might be a person, someone out for an evening hike like me. But as my eyes focused, I realized this wasn't human. The thing was tall, maybe 7 feet, with this elongated, stretched-out body that was all wrong for a person. His skin was this sickly yellow color, like old parchment or someone with severe jaundice. But it wasn't just yellow. It was loose, hanging off his frame in places like it was too big for whatever was underneath. On his arms and legs, I could see patches where coarse, dark hair grew in random tufts. His hair was long and stringy, black mixed with grey, hanging down past his shoulders in greasy strands. Some of it stuck to his face, some of it clumped together like it hadn't been washed in months. But the worst part was his eyes. They were round and yellow, like a predator's eyes, and they were staring directly at me, not looking in my direction, staring at me specifically, like he'd been waiting for me to show up. I couldn't move. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like being in one of those nightmares where you need to escape, but your legs won't work. The thing that really got to me was where his genitals should have been. There was just smooth skin, like that part of him had been erased. It made him look even less human, more like something that had been constructed to look like a person, but with all the details wrong. We stood there staring at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. During that time, the silence around us was so complete, it felt like the world had stopped. No breeze, no distant sounds of civilization, nothing. Just me and this thing looking at each other across 50 feet of forest trail. My mind was racing, trying to categorize what I was seeing. Could it be a person with some kind of disease? Someone who was mentally ill, living rough in the woods? But the proportions were all wrong. Too tall, limbs too long, skin hanging loose in ways that didn't make sense for any human condition I could think of. Could it be a bear standing upright? I'd seen bears before, and this wasn't that. Bears are bulky and powerful looking even when they rear up on their hind legs. This thing was thin and elongated, like someone had stretched a person on a rack. The yellow eyes never blinked, never looked away. They were completely fixed on me, and I could feel the intelligence behind them. This wasn't some mindless animal. It was thinking, evaluating, deciding something about me. That's when it moved. Not toward me, thank God. Instead, it turned slowly and started walking into the forest, moving at this unhurried pace like it had all the time in the world. But here's the thing that still gives me chills. As it walked away, the bushes and branches didn't move. It was like it was passing through the vegetation instead of pushing it aside. A person walking through dense forest makes noise. Branches snap, leaves rustle, twigs crunch underfoot. This thing moved in complete silence, gliding between the trees like it wasn't quite solid. I watched it until it disappeared completely into the shadows between the pine trees. Only then did the normal sounds of the forest start to return. Gradually at first, like someone slowly turning up the volume, and then all at once. Birds started calling again. Insects resumed their buzzing, and I could hear the distant sound of wind moving through the treetops. The spell was broken. My body suddenly remembered how to move, and I turned and ran back toward my grandparents' house faster than I'd ever run in my life. When I burst through their back door, gasping and probably wild-eyed, my grandmother took one look at me and immediately started fussing. She got me a glass of water and made me sit down at the kitchen table while she felt my forehead for fever. My grandfather came in from the living room where he'd been watching the news. He's this calm, practical man who spent 30 years working in the logging industry, not someone who gets rattled easily. But when he saw the state I was in, his expression got serious. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words came out all jumbled and incoherent. I kept talking about the yellow skin and the eyes and how tall the thing was, but I could tell they thought I'd maybe seen a bear or a deer and gotten spooked in the twilight. Finally, my grandfather held up his hand to stop me. "Slow down," he said. "Take a deep breath and tell us exactly what you saw." So I did. I described the thing on the trail as clearly as I could. The height, the loose yellow skin, the patches of hair, those round yellow eyes. I told them about the unnatural silence and the way it moved through the forest without disturbing any of the vegetation. When I finished, my grandparents exchanged this look. Not the kind of look you give each other when you think someone's making something up, but the kind of look that says you both know something you're not talking about. My grandmother was the first to speak. "You said it was about 7 feet tall, with yellow skin." I nodded. "And you saw this on the main trail about 20 minutes from the house?" "Yes, right in the middle of the path, like it was waiting for me." My grandfather got up and walked to the kitchen window that faced the forest. He stood there for a long time, looking out into the trees as the last light faded from the sky. "Could have been someone sick," he said finally, but his voice didn't sound convinced. "Maybe someone camping rough, living off the land. Sometimes people get desperate, start looking pretty rough." But my grandmother was shaking her head. "No person moves that quietly through the woods." "And you said the branches didn't move when it walked?" I nodded again. She turned to my grandfather. "You know what this sounds like." He didn't answer right away. He kept staring out the window like he was expecting to see something out there. "My grandmother used to tell stories," my grandmother said to me. "Old Kino stories about things that lived in the deep forest, things that weren't quite human but weren't animals either." "Those are just stories," my grandfather said, but he didn't turn away from the window. "Are they?" my grandmother asked. "Your own father saw something once, didn't he? Back when he was cutting timber up on the North Ridge." My grandfather finally turned around and I could see he was troubled by something. "That was different," he said. "That was just shapes moving between the trees." Could have been anything. But I could tell from the way he said it that he didn't really believe his own explanation. The next morning, my grandfather came to me at breakfast and said he wanted to check out the trail where I'd seen the thing. He didn't ask if I wanted to come along. He just said he was going and that I should probably stay near the house for the rest of my visit. I watched him walk toward the forest with his old hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. He was gone for about 2 hours, and when he came back, his face was pale. He never told me what he found out there. When I asked, he just shook his head and said there were some old tracks in the soft dirt near where I'd seen the thing, but they could have been from anything. But I noticed he started locking the doors at night, which was something they'd never done before. And the dog stayed close to the house for the rest of my visit, never wandering off into the forest like they used to. On my last day there, my grandmother pulled me aside and told me something I'll never forget. "There are old things in these woods," she said, "things that were here long before any of us. Most of the time, they keep to themselves, and we keep to ourselves. But sometimes, for reasons we don't understand, they show themselves." I asked her what she thought the thing was, but she just shook her head. "I don't know. But I know you saw something real. Your grandfather knows it too, even if he won't admit it." That was 5 years ago, and I still think about that encounter almost every day. I've tried to research what I might have seen, looking up everything from rare diseases that could cause someone to look like that, to cryptozoology reports from the Pacific Northwest. The closest thing I can find to what I saw are the old Native American stories about creatures called stick Indians or forest people, beings that look almost human but aren't quite right, that live in the deep woods and occasionally show themselves to people, but those are just legends, right? Stories passed down through generations to explain things people couldn't understand. Except, I know what I saw. I know those yellow eyes were real, that loose skin was real, the unnatural silence and the way it moved through the forest without disturbing anything was real. My grandparents sold the property 2 years ago and moved to a retirement community near Seattle. They said they were getting too old to maintain 40 acres, but I wonder if there were other reasons. My grandfather never went back into those woods after the day he went looking for tracks. Sometimes I have dreams about that encounter. In the dreams, I'm back on that trail at dusk, and the thing is there waiting for me like before. But in the dreams, instead of walking away, it starts moving toward me with that same silent, gliding motion. I always wake up before it reaches me. The thing that bothers me most is that I still don't know what it wanted. It could have approached me, could have tried to communicate or attack or do whatever it was planning to do. Instead, it just stood there and watched me, like it was studying me or trying to decide something. Then it walked away without making a sound, disappearing into the forest, like it had never been there at all. But it was there. I looked right into those yellow eyes and saw something looking back at me that wasn't human, wasn't animal, wasn't anything that should exist in our world. And sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I wonder if it's still out there in some other forest, standing on some other trail, waiting for the next person to come walking by. Story 5. I still check my bags every morning before I leave the house. I know it sounds paranoid, but after what happened, I can't help myself. Every purse, every backpack, every gym bag, I have to make sure the straps are intact and nothing's been cut. My flatmate thinks I'm losing it, but she wasn't there that day. She didn't see what I found. I rent this 3-story house in the city with my flatmate. It's one of those tall, narrow places that were probably built in the 1920s, with small rooms stacked on top of each other and this tiny back garden surrounded by a high brick wall with chain-link fencing on top. The landlord says it's for security, but honestly, it makes the place feel more like a prison than a home. My room is on the first floor, which I actually prefer because I hate climbing stairs when I'm tired. The room faces the back garden, and I have this big window that I usually keep open during the day for air circulation. It's one of those old-fashioned windows that tilts open at the top. You know, the kind where you can adjust how wide the opening is by turning this little handle. That particular afternoon, I'd gone upstairs to the second floor where my flatmate's room is. She has better lighting up there, and I needed to do my makeup for this job interview I had later. I was feeling pretty good about the opportunity. It was for a marketing position at this tech startup, exactly the kind of work I'd been hoping to get into after university. I'd left 3 handbags in my room downstairs. 2 of them were these leather shoulder bags that I use regularly. 1 black, 1 brown, and the third was this canvas messenger bag that I'd bought recently but hadn't used much yet. I just left them sitting on my desk chair like I always do when I get home from being out. The bags had everything you'd expect. My wallet with my cards and cash, my phone charger, some makeup, receipts, all that random stuff that accumulates in bags over time. The black leather one had my good earbuds in it, the expensive Sony ones that cost me nearly £200. The brown one had my portable battery pack and some business cards from networking events. Nothing was particularly valuable by itself, but altogether it represented a decent amount of money. I was upstairs with my flatmate for about 45 minutes, maybe an hour at most. We were talking while I did my makeup, just normal roommate stuff, complaining about work, discussing what to have for dinner, that sort of thing. The house was quiet except for our conversation. No unusual sounds, no indication that anything was happening downstairs. When I went back down to my room to grab my jacket and keys before heading out to the interview, I stopped dead in the doorway. All 3 bags were on the floor. At first I thought maybe they'd just fallen off the chair somehow, even though that didn't make much sense. The chair is pretty stable, and I'd balanced bags on it hundreds of times before without any problems. But when I got closer to pick them up, I saw what had actually happened. The straps had been cut. Not torn or pulled apart, cut, with something sharp like a knife or scissors. The black bag and the brown bag both had their shoulder straps severed at exactly the same point, maybe 6 inches down from where the strap attaches to the bag body. The cuts were clean and precise, like someone had measured the distance and made careful, deliberate slices. The canvas messenger bag had been started but not finished. There was a cut maybe an inch deep into the strap at the same spot where the others had been severed completely, like whoever was doing it had been interrupted or had run out of time. I stood there staring at the bags, trying to process what I was seeing. My first instinct was to check if anything had been stolen, but when I went through all 3 bags, everything was still there. My wallet with about £60 in cash and all my cards, my expensive earbuds, the portable battery that could easily be pawned, even some loose change that was scattered in the bottom of the brown bag. Nothing was missing. Nothing had even been moved around or searched through as far as I could tell. Someone had gotten into my room, ignored all the valuable items, and focused entirely on cutting the straps off my bags. That's when I noticed the window. I always keep it closed and locked when I'm not in the room, but it was open now, not wide open, just tilted at the top, maybe 6 or 7 inches of gap. The way I sometimes leave it when I want air circulation, but don't want it fully open. But I knew I hadn't left it that way. I specifically remembered closing and locking it before going upstairs because I'd been worried about rain. The weather had been unpredictable all week, and I didn't want water getting on my desk if a storm came through. I went to the window and looked out into the back garden. It's not a big space, maybe 20 feet by 30 feet, mostly just overgrown grass and some weeds. The brick walls on 3 sides are about 8 feet high, topped with that chain link fencing and some razor wire that the landlord installed after there were break-ins in the neighborhood last year. For someone to get into the garden, they'd have to climb over one of those walls, which wouldn't be impossible but would require some effort and planning. Then they'd have to get up to my 1st floor window, which is probably 10 feet off the ground. There's no obvious way to climb up, no drainage pipes or ledges or anything like that. But somehow, someone had managed to get in through that window, walk across my room to where the bags were sitting, cut the straps with some kind of blade, and get back out. All without making enough noise to alert me or my flatmate upstairs. I called my flatmate down to show her what I'd found. She was as confused as I was. She confirmed that she hadn't heard anything unusual while we were doing makeup upstairs. No sounds of someone climbing around outside, no noises from my room below. That's when I decided to call the police. The officer who came out was this middle-aged guy who looked like he'd seen everything before and wasn't easily surprised, but even he seemed puzzled by what I was showing him. He examined the cut straps carefully, took some photos, and spent a lot of time looking at the window and the back garden. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Most break-ins are about theft. People want to grab valuables and get out quickly. This," he gestured at the bags with their severed straps, "this is something else." He asked if I had any ex-boyfriends or former roommates who might want to mess with me, anyone who might have a grudge or be trying to intimidate me. I couldn't think of anyone. My last relationship had ended amicably months ago, and I'd lived with my current flatmate for over a year without any problems. The officer found something else that I'd missed, a damp spot on the carpet near where the bags had been placed. It was roughly circular, maybe 2 inches across, and it hadn't been there that morning. The carpet was completely dry everywhere else in the room. Could be from wet shoes or clothing, he said, kneeling down to examine it more closely. Someone who'd been outside in the damp. It had been drizzling on and off all day, so that made sense. But the spot was in a weird location, not near the window or the door, where you'd expect someone to drip water. It was right next to my desk chair, exactly where someone would be standing if they were reaching for the bags. The officer said he'd file a report, but he was honest about the likelihood of catching whoever did it. No witnesses, no clear point of entry that left evidence, nothing stolen that could be tracked. He suggested I install better locks on the window and maybe consider a security system. After he left, my flatmate and I spent the evening trying to make sense of what had happened. We went over every possibility we could think of. Maybe it was some kind of weird initiation thing for a gang. Maybe someone was practicing for a bigger theft. Maybe it was a prank by someone I knew. But none of the explanations felt right. This wasn't random vandalism. It was too specific, too focused. Someone had targeted my bags specifically and had taken the time to cut the straps in exactly the same spot on each one. It felt personal, even though I couldn't figure out why. That night, I decided to sleep in my flatmate's room upstairs. I just couldn't handle the idea of being alone in my room, knowing that someone had been in there while I was just 1 floor up. My flatmate was understanding about it. She said she'd be creeped out too if someone had been going through her stuff. But I didn't sleep well. Every little sound in the house made me jump. The old building creaks and settles constantly, but now every noise sounded like footsteps or someone trying to get in. I kept thinking about that damp spot on the carpet, imagining someone standing in my room, dripping water, methodically cutting through each strap. The next morning, I went back down to my room to get dressed for work. I'd been dreading it, but I needed clothes and couldn't avoid the room forever. That's when I found the final piece of evidence. There was something under my duvet that hadn't been there before. I almost missed it because it was small and tucked way down near the foot of the bed. When my hand brushed against it, I thought at first it was just a wrinkle in the sheet. But when I pulled back the covers, there it was, a piece of leather strap about 3 inches long. It was from one of my bags. I could tell because the leather was the exact same color and texture as the brown shoulder bag. It was the piece that had been cut off, and someone had placed it in my bed like some kind of calling card. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whoever had cut my bags hadn't just broken in and done their damage and left. They'd stayed. They'd gone to my bed, pulled back the covers, and deliberately placed that piece of leather strap where they knew I'd eventually find it. They'd been in my bed. The thought made me physically sick. I ran to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking with revulsion and fear. Someone had been in my most private space, had touched my bedding, had left me a message that said, "I was here, and I'll be back." Because that's what it was, wasn't it? A message. The cut straps, the damp spot, the piece of leather in my bed. It was all calculated to let me know that someone could get into my space anytime they wanted, that I wasn't safe, even in my own room with the door locked and the window secured. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching security systems online. I ordered new locks for the window, a motion sensor camera for the room, and one of those personal alarm devices that you can wear around your neck. I know it sounds like overkill, but I felt completely vulnerable. The security camera was the best investment I made. It's one of those small wireless ones that connects to your phone, so you can check the feed anytime you want. I mounted it in the corner where it has a good view of the whole room, especially the window and the area where I keep my bags. For weeks after the incident, nothing happened. The camera showed the usual activity, me coming and going, my flatmate occasionally borrowing something from my room, the cat from upstairs wandering in when I left the door open. Normal stuff. I started to relax a little. Maybe it had been a one-time thing, some random weirdo who'd moved on to bother someone else. Maybe the security upgrades had deterred them from coming back. But then, I checked the camera feed one morning and saw something that made my blood freeze. There was a timestamp from 3:14 in the morning showing my room in infrared mode. Everything looked normal at first glance. My bed, my desk, the bags I'd replaced sitting on the chair. But then I noticed movement at the edge of the frame, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was subtle, just a slight darkening along the wall near the window. But shadows don't move on their own, and this one was definitely shifting, growing larger and then smaller, like someone was moving just outside the camera's range. I watched the feed for the next several minutes, my heart hammering in my chest. The shadow appeared and disappeared multiple times, always at the very edge of what the camera could see. Like someone was standing just outside my window, moving back and forth, testing to see if they could get in. The window stayed closed and locked. Nothing actually entered the room, but knowing that someone was out there watching, trying to find a way in, was almost worse than the original break-in. I saved the footage and called the police again, but they said there wasn't much they could do about shadows that might or might not be a person. The officer suggested I call them if someone actually tried to break in, but until then, it was just suspicious activity that couldn't be proven. That was 6 months ago, and I still check that camera feed multiple times every day. The shadows have appeared a few more times, always in the early morning hours, always just at the edge of what the camera can capture. Sometimes I think I'm being paranoid, seeing things that aren't there because I'm so anxious about the whole situation. But then I remember that piece of leather strap in my bed, and I know someone was really there. Someone who wanted me to know they'd been in my most private space. Someone who took the time to leave a message that only I would understand. I never found out who it was or why they chose me. The police theory about ex-boyfriends never led anywhere. I honestly can't think of anyone in my life who would do something like this. It wasn't about money or theft, because nothing valuable was taken. It was about power, about showing me that my security was an illusion. The worst part is not knowing if it's over. Every morning when I check my bags and make sure the straps are still intact, I'm reminded that someone out there knows where I live, knows how to get into my room, and has already proven they can reach me anytime they want. I've thought about moving, but the rational part of my brain knows that running away might not solve anything. If someone is really fixated on me, they'll find my new address eventually. At least here, I have security systems in place and I know what to watch for. But I'll never feel completely safe again. Not in my own room, not in my own bed, because I know that somewhere out there is someone who can climb impossible walls and unlock secured windows, someone who cuts leather straps for reasons I'll never understand, someone who leaves messages in the most intimate spaces of my life, and they're still watching. Story 6. I was 6 years old when I first saw the Shadow Man, and I'm 23 now. 17 years later, and he's still there, still watching, still following me no matter where I go. People think I'm crazy when I tell them about it, but I know what I've seen. I know what's been stalking me my entire life. The first time was during winter when I was living in this small rural town with my family. We had a big backyard that backed up to woods, and my friend Caitlin and I were outside playing in the snow. It was one of those perfect winter days where the snow was just right for packing. Not too wet, not too powdery. We'd been building snowmen and having snowball fights for hours. Behind our house, my dad had this huge pile of branches that he'd been collecting all summer and fall. He was always trimming trees and clearing brush from our property, and instead of burning it or hauling it away, he just kept adding to this massive pile. By winter, it was easily 7 feet tall and maybe 15 feet across, this sprawling mountain of dead branches, twigs, and old logs. Caitlin and I had been using it as a fort, climbing through the gaps between the bigger branches and pretending it was our castle or spaceship or whatever kids that age pretend piles of wood are. We'd been playing there for most of the afternoon when suddenly Caitlin stopped dead in her tracks. She was facing the pile of branches and I was behind her, probably getting ready to throw a snowball at her or something equally mature for a 6-year-old. But she went completely still, and when I looked at her face, she had this expression I'd never seen before, pure terror. "You're seeing that too, right?" she whispered, not taking her eyes off the brush pile. I turned to look where she was staring, and my stomach dropped. Standing on top of the pile of branches, easily 8 feet tall if you counted the height of the pile itself, was a figure made of complete darkness. Not a shadow cast by something else, an actual solid black shape in the form of a person. It had the basic outline of a man, head, shoulders, arms, legs, but it was like someone had cut a person-shaped hole in reality and filled it with pure black. There were no features, no face, no details at all. Just this smooth, dark surface that seemed to absorb light instead of reflecting it. It stood perfectly still, and even though I couldn't see eyes or anything that indicated where it was looking, I knew it was watching us. We stared at it for maybe 5 seconds, neither of us moving or breathing. Then, without any warning, it vanished, not faded away or walked behind something, just disappeared like someone had turned off a light switch. Caitlin and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we both turned and ran toward the house as fast as our legs could carry us. We didn't stop running until we were inside, with the door locked behind us. When our parents asked why we'd come tearing into the house looking terrified, we tried to explain what we'd seen. They did what all parents do, told us it was probably just our imagination, maybe a shadow from a cloud or a bird flying overhead. But Caitlin and I both knew what we'd seen, and we both knew it wasn't natural. After that day, I started noticing the shadow figure in other places. It would appear at the edge of my vision when I was playing in the backyard, always in the distance, always perfectly still. Sometimes I'd see it standing between trees at the edge of the woods. Other times it would be at the far end of a field or next to a building across the street. I told my parents about it repeatedly, but they were convinced I was just going through a phase. They thought I'd developed some kind of anxiety about shadows after the incident with the brush pile. They even took me to a child psychologist who said it was normal for kids my age to see patterns in random objects and interpret them as faces or figures. But this wasn't pareidolia or an overactive imagination. The shadow figure was always the same height, always the same shape, always in places where there was nothing that could cast that kind of shadow. As I got older, the sightings continued, but became less frequent. I'd go months without seeing it, and I'd start to think maybe I really had outgrown whatever was happening. Then it would appear again, usually when I was alone and least expecting it. When I was 14, I was in my grandparents' basement, helping them organize old boxes and paint some shelves. It was a typical unfinished basement. Concrete floor, exposed beams, that musty smell that all old basements have. My grandfather had set up some work lights so we could see what we were doing, but there were still plenty of shadows in the corners and behind the furnace. I was focused on painting this wooden shelf, completely absorbed in trying to get an even coat without drips, when I got that familiar feeling that I was being watched. It's hard to describe, but it's like a pressure between your shoulder blades, this physical awareness that eyes are on you. I turned around, and there it was. The shadow figure was standing between me and the stairs, exactly the same as I remembered from when I was 6. Same impossible height, same featureless black surface, same sense that it was studying me. But now I was older and could observe more details. It wasn't just dark, it was like a void in the shape of a person. The work lights my grandfather had set up cast shadows all around the basement from the various objects and structural beams, but this thing didn't cast any shadow at all, and the shadows that should have been falling across where it stood were interrupted, like it was absorbing them. I dropped my paintbrush and backed against the wall, my heart hammering in my chest. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then, just like when I was 6, it vanished without any transition. One moment it was there, solid and undeniable, and the next moment there was nothing but empty basement. I ran upstairs and told my grandparents what I had seen, but they had the same reaction as my parents had always had. Tricks of light, imagination, stress from starting high school. All the rational explanations that couldn't account for what I'd actually witnessed. The shadow figure kept appearing throughout high school and college, always at a distance, always watching, never interacting or moving toward me. I started keeping a journal of the sightings, trying to find a pattern or trigger, but there didn't seem to be any logic to when it would show up. Sometimes months would pass without any sign of it. Other times, I'd see it multiple times in a single week. It appeared in different cities when I went to college, in different states when I traveled. Whatever it wasn't tied to a specific location. It was tied to me. The scariest incident happened when I was 21, living in my first apartment after graduation. I had this small, one-bedroom place in a complex that was mostly other young professionals. The building was modern, well-lit, in a safe neighborhood, nothing like the rural, wooded areas where I'd first encountered the shadow figure. I was coming home from work one evening around 6:30, carrying groceries and my laptop bag, fumbling with my keys at the door. My apartment was on the second floor, accessible by an outdoor staircase and walkway. As I got my key into the lock, I happened to glance toward the parking lot below. The shadow figure was standing next to my car. Not near it, not in the general area, right next to the driver's side door, like it was waiting for me to come back down. It was in the middle of a well-lit parking lot with other residents walking to and from their cars, but nobody seemed to notice it. People walked past within a few feet of it without any reaction at all. I stood frozen on the walkway, groceries starting to slip from my arms, watching this thing that had been following me for 15 years, standing next to my car in broad daylight. For the first time, I felt like it was being aggressive instead of just observant. Then it did something it had never done before. It moved, not toward me or away from me, but it turned its head to look directly up at where I was standing on the walkway. Even though it had no features, no visible eyes, I could feel its attention focus on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. We looked at each other across the parking lot for maybe 30 seconds. Then it stepped backward, still facing me, and merged seamlessly with the shadow cast by the building behind it. One moment it was a distinct figure, the next it was just part of the normal shadows that you'd expect to see around buildings and cars. I went inside my apartment and didn't come back out for the rest of the evening. When I finally worked up the courage to go to my car the next morning, there was nothing unusual about it. No signs that anyone had been near it, no footprints or marks in the dirt around the parking space. But something had changed after that incident. The shadow figure started appearing more frequently and in places that felt more intrusive. Instead of staying at a distance in fields or wooded areas, it would show up closer to my daily life. I'd see it standing at the end of my street when I left for work in the morning. It would be visible through the windows of restaurants where I was eating dinner. Once, I saw it in the reflection of a store window while I was shopping, standing right behind me. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. The worst was when I started seeing it inside buildings. I was at the library one afternoon, sitting in the reference section working on some research for a freelance project. The library was busy, with people coming and going constantly, the normal sounds of pages turning and quiet conversations. I was focused on my laptop screen when I got that familiar feeling of being watched. I looked up and across the room, standing between two tall bookshelves in the history section, was the shadow figure. This was the first time I'd ever seen it indoors, and something about that felt like a violation of rules I didn't even know existed. It had always been an outdoor phenomenon before, something that appeared in fields and parking lots and at the edges of forests. Seeing it inside in a public building full of people made it feel more real and more threatening. As usual, no one else seemed to notice it. People walked past the history section, browsed books within feet of where it was standing, went about their normal library activities, while this impossible thing watched me from across the room. I packed up my laptop and left immediately, but I could feel it following me, not physically. When I looked back, it wasn't trailing behind me or anything like that, but I had this constant sense of being observed as I walked to my car and drove home. That night, I called Caitlin for the first time in years. We'd lost touch after high school when we went to different colleges, but I still had her number from our parents who had stayed friends. I needed to talk to someone who had been there for the first sighting, someone who might understand what I was going through. When I told her why I was calling, there was this long pause on the other end of the line. "You're still seeing it?" she asked finally. "You remember?" "Of course I remember. That thing on the brush pile, I've never forgotten it." She told me that she'd seen it a few more times after that first encounter, but only when we were together. Once when we were walking home from school, once when we were playing in my backyard again. But after we stopped hanging out regularly, the sightings had stopped for her completely. "I always wondered if you were still seeing it," she said. "I figured if it was real, it would keep following one of us." Hearing her confirm that our shared experience had been real was both a relief and terrifying. On one hand, I wasn't crazy. Someone else had witnessed the same impossible thing I'd been seeing for most of my life. On the other hand, that meant it was actually real, and it had chosen me to fixate on for reasons I couldn't understand. Caitlin suggested I try to research similar experiences online, see if other people had encountered the same type of entity. I spent hours reading forums and websites about paranormal encounters, shadow people, and unexplained phenomena. I found a lot of stories that sounded similar. Dark figures that appeared at the edge of vision, feelings of being watched, entities that seemed to follow specific individuals over long periods of time. But most of those accounts described multiple figures or brief encounters, not a single entity that had been consistently present for nearly 2 decades. The closest thing I found was something called a shadow person, or shadow being, but even those descriptions didn't quite match what I'd been experiencing. Shadow people were usually described as fleeting, peripheral visions that disappeared when looked at directly. My shadow figure was solid, stable, and had no problem being observed head-on. Whatever was following me seemed to be in a category of its own. 3 years ago, I decided to move across the country, partly for a job opportunity, but mostly to see if I could leave the shadow figure behind. I'd read that some entities are tied to specific locations or regions, and I thought maybe putting a few thousand miles between me and all my previous sightings would break whatever connection existed. For the first few months in my new city, nothing happened. No sightings, no feelings of being watched, no sense of an invisible presence following me around. I started to think the move had worked, that I'd finally escaped whatever had been haunting me for so long. Then, 6 months after the move, I saw it standing in the courtyard of my new apartment complex. It was exactly the same. Same height, same featureless black surface, same sense of patient observation. Geography meant nothing to it. Distance meant nothing. It had found me again, and it resumed its watching as if no time had passed at all. That's when I realized this wasn't going to end. Whatever the shadow figure was, whatever it wanted, it was a permanent part of my life. I could move to another continent, and it would still be there, standing at the edge of my vision, reminding me that I was never truly alone. The most recent sighting was just last week. I was grocery shopping, pushing my cart through the produce section, when I looked up and saw it standing motionless between the organic vegetables and the flower display. Same as always. Perfectly still, perfectly black, perfectly focused on me. An elderly woman was selecting apples maybe 3 feet away from it, completely oblivious to the impossible thing sharing her space. A store employee walked right past it while stocking lettuce, showing no sign that anything was out of the ordinary. But it was there. After 17 years of sightings, I know the difference between shadows, imagination, and the thing that's been following me since I was 6 years old. I finished my shopping and went home, and I haven't seen it since. But I know it's still out there, still watching, still waiting for something I don't understand. It could appear anywhere at any time, in my office, in my neighborhood, in the reflection of my bathroom mirror. The shadow figure has become such a constant presence in my life that I've almost gotten used to it. Almost. There are still moments when I see it and feel that same childhood terror that Caitlin and I experienced by the brush pile all those years ago. Because whatever it is, it's not human, it's not natural, and it's never going to stop following me. It found me when I was 6, and it's been patiently watching me ever since, for reasons I'll probably never understand. And the most terrifying part is knowing that one day it might decide that watching isn't enough. Story 7. I still can't look at snow the same way. Every winter, when the first flakes start falling, I remember that Christmas Eve when I was 7, and my whole body goes cold. Not from the weather, from the memory of what I saw standing outside my bedroom window that night. We just moved into this new house a few months before Christmas. It was one of those big colonial houses from the 1950s, sitting on maybe 2 acres of property with this huge backyard that stretched back into woods. My parents were so excited about having all that space, especially for me to play in. They kept talking about how great it would be for a kid to grow up with all that room to run around. The backyard was massive, probably an acre of open grass before it hit the tree line where the woods started. During the day, it was beautiful. You could see for what felt like miles, especially in winter when the trees were bare. But at night, especially on a 7-year-old, it felt endless and dark and full of things you couldn't see. That Christmas Eve, I was so wired I couldn't sleep. You know how it is when you're a kid on Christmas Eve. Every sound could be Santa. Every creak of the house settling could be reindeer on the roof. I was lying in bed with my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling and trying to will myself to sleep so morning would come faster. It was probably around 11:30 when I first heard the footsteps. At first I thought it might be my parents moving around downstairs, maybe putting presents under the tree or eating the cookies I'd left out. But these footsteps weren't coming from inside the house. They were outside, in the snow, and they were getting closer. The sound was really distinct because we'd gotten maybe 6 inches of fresh snow that day. You know that crunching sound snow makes when someone walks on it? Especially when it's cold and the snow is kind of packed and crispy? That's exactly what I was hearing. But it was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone walking slowly and carefully across our backyard. I got out of bed and went to my window to look outside. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, facing the backyard, so I had this perfect view of the whole yard stretching back to the woods. The moon was really bright that night, and with all the fresh snow, everything was lit up almost like daylight. You could see clearly for probably 100 yards. That's when I saw the footprints, They started at the edge of the woods and came straight across the backyard toward our house. But these weren't normal footprints. They were huge, way bigger than any human footprint should be. Even from my second-floor window, I could see how deep they were in the snow, like whatever was making them was incredibly heavy. The footprints came in a perfectly straight line across the entire yard, heading directly for the house. As I watched, I could see more appearing, one after another, like something invisible was walking toward us. That's when the fear really hit me. This wasn't my imagination or Christmas excitement making me hear things. Something was actually out there, walking across our yard in the middle of the night, and I was watching its footprints appear in real time. I pressed my face against the cold window glass, trying to see what was making the prints. The footsteps kept coming, that steady crunch, crunch, crunch in the snow, and the line of prints kept extending closer to the house. Then I saw it. The shadow appeared first, this massive, dark shape moving across the snow-covered yard. It was huge, way bigger than any person, and it was walking upright on two legs. As it got closer to the house and the moonlight hit it better, I could make out more details. It looked like a giant man, but wrong in every way. The proportions were all off, too tall, maybe 8 or 9 feet, with arms that hung down too far and a head that seemed too big for even that oversized body. And there was something on its head, something that stuck up from its skull like horns or antlers. The thing that really terrified me was how deliberately it was moving. This wasn't some confused animal that had wandered out of the woods. It was walking with purpose, like it knew exactly where it was going and what it was doing. The footprints led straight to our house, and this thing was following them like a path it had planned out. As it got closer, maybe 30 feet from the house, I could see its face more clearly in the moonlight. It wasn't human. The features were all wrong, stretched and distorted, and those things on its head were definitely horns or antlers, branching out from its skull like a deer's, but thicker and more twisted. But the worst part was when it looked up at my window. I don't know how it knew I was there. I was just a kid's silhouette behind glass on the second floor, and I hadn't made any noise or turned on any lights. But it stopped walking and turned its head up toward my room, looking directly at me. When our eyes met, I felt this wave of cold terror wash over my entire body. Not the kind of scared you get from a horror movie or a nightmare. This was deeper, more primal. Every instinct I had was screaming that I was looking at something dangerous, something that wanted to hurt me. We stared at each other for maybe 10 seconds, this impossible creature in my backyard and 7-year-old me frozen at the window. Then, without any warning, it started to dissolve, not walking away or disappearing behind something, dissolving like it was made of smoke or mist. It happened gradually, starting from the edges and working inward, until there was nothing left but empty snow and those massive footprints leading right up to the wall beneath my window. I stood at the window for another few minutes, shaking and breathing hard, waiting to see if it would come back. But the yard stayed empty, just the moonlight on fresh snow and that line of impossible footprints as the only evidence that anything had happened. Finally, I ran to my parents' room and started shaking my dad awake. He was grumpy at first. Nobody wants to be woken up at midnight on Christmas Eve by a terrified 7-year-old. But when he saw how upset I was, he sat up and listened to what I was trying to tell him. I was babbling, trying to explain about the footsteps and the shadow, and the thing with horns that had looked right at me. My dad kept trying to calm me down, asking me to slow down and explain what I'd seen. My mom woke up too, and they both sat there in their pajamas, listening to their kid describe some kind of monster in the backyard. Dad finally got up and said he'd go check outside, make sure everything was okay. He grabbed his rifle from the closet. He'd been in the military and still kept guns in the house, and headed downstairs. Mum stayed with me, trying to convince me it was probably just a bad dream, or maybe a deer that had wandered into the yard. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew Dad would find the footprints. We went to the window in their bedroom, which also faced the backyard, and waited for Dad to come outside with his flashlight. When he did, we could see the beam moving across the snow, following the exact path I'd described. Even from the second floor, we could see him stop and kneel down next to the prints. He stayed there for a long time, examining them with his flashlight, and I could tell from his body language that he was finding exactly what I'd told him about. When he came back inside, his face was pale. Mom asked what he'd found, and he just stood there for a minute, not answering. Finally, he said there were tracks in the snow, but they could have been from anything. Maybe a bear walking on its hind legs, maybe a person wearing snowshoes. But I could tell he didn't believe his own explanations. The way he kept looking toward the backyard, the way he double-checked all the locks on the doors and windows before going back to bed. He'd seen something out there that didn't make sense. The next morning was Christmas, and I tried to focus on presents and family breakfast and all the normal Christmas stuff. But I kept thinking about those footprints and wondering if they were still there. After we opened presents, I asked Dad if we could go look at the tracks in the daylight. He seemed reluctant, but Mom said it might help me feel better to see that it was just normal animal prints or something explainable. So we bundled up and went outside to examine the footprints I'd watched being made the night before. They were still there, perfectly preserved in the snow, but seeing them in daylight was somehow worse than seeing them at night. In the moonlight, they'd just been dark impressions in the white snow. In full daylight, you could see every detail. The prints were massive, at least twice the size of my dad's boots, maybe bigger. They were roughly the shape of human footprints, but elongated, with what looked like claw marks at the front, where toes would be. And they were deep, pressed down into the snow at least 4 or 5 inches, like whatever made them weighed much more than any normal person. The most unsettling thing was how they ended. The line of footprints came straight across the yard, right up to the wall of our house directly under my bedroom window, and then just stopped. There were no return prints, no tracks leading away in any direction. It was like whatever had made them had walked to that spot and then vanished into thin air. Dad walked the entire perimeter of the house, looking for any other tracks or signs of where the thing might have gone. He checked for footprints in the snow around the other sides of the house, looked for broken branches or disturbed areas in the woods, anything that might explain how something that size could just disappear. He didn't find anything. The only tracks were the ones leading from the woods to the house, ending right beneath my window. Mum kept suggesting logical explanations. Maybe the wind had blown snow over the return tracks. Maybe an animal had walked backward in its own prints to confuse predators. But none of the explanations really fit what we were looking at. Dad measured the prints with a tape measure and took some photos with his old camera. The footprints were 14 inches long and about 6 inches wide at the widest point. For comparison, Dad wore size 11 boots, which are about 12 inches long. These tracks were from something significantly larger than any human. We never figured out what had made those prints. Dad sent the photos to a friend of his who worked for the state wildlife department, asking if they could identify what kind of animal might leave tracks like that. The guy said he'd never seen anything similar and suggested it might be a hoax, or maybe prints from multiple animals that had gotten distorted by melting and refreezing. But I know what I saw that night. I watched that thing walk across our backyard, watched it look up at my window, watched it dissolve into nothing right beneath where I was standing. The footprints were just proof that it had been real, not some Christmas Eve nightmare or childhood imagination. Years later, when I was in high school, I learned that Dad had asked around quietly about similar incidents in our area. Apparently, there had been other sightings over the years, people reporting large humanoid figures in the woods, strange tracks found in snow, sounds of something big moving through the forest at night. Most people dismiss these stories as folklore or misidentified wildlife, but Dad collected them. kept newspaper clippings and written accounts from people who claimed to have encountered something unexplained in the woods around our town. He never talked to me about it directly, but I found his collection of papers when I was helping clean out his desk after he died. Dozens of reports spanning decades, all describing encounters with something that sounded very similar to what I'd seen that Christmas Eve. The thing that stood out in all the accounts was the detail about the creature dissolving or disappearing without leaving return tracks. Multiple witnesses described seeing something large and imposing that would simply vanish, as if it wasn't quite solid to begin with. Reading those reports as an adult was both validating and terrifying. Validating because it meant I hadn't been the only one to see something impossible that night. Terrifying because it suggested that whatever I'd encountered was part of a pattern, something that had been appearing in our area for generations. I still drive past that house sometimes when I'm visiting my hometown. The current owners have no idea what happened in their backyard decades ago, and I've never told them. What would be the point? They'd either think I was crazy or they'd be too scared to enjoy their property. But every time I see that yard, especially in winter when there's snow on the ground, I remember the sound of those footsteps crunching closer and closer to the house. I remember the way that thing looked up at my window with intelligence and purpose, like it had come specifically to see me. And I remember the way it dissolved into nothing, leaving behind only those massive footprints as proof that for a few minutes on Christmas Eve, something impossible had visited our backyard and looked into the window of a 7-year-old boy who would never forget what he'd seen. The worst part is not knowing what it wanted. Was it just curious about the new family that had moved into the house? Was it trying to communicate something, or was it hunting, looking for something it could take? I'll never know, but I'm grateful that all it did was look. Because 31 years later, I still have dreams about that Christmas Eve. Dreams where the thing doesn't dissolve and disappear. Dreams where it breaks through the window and climbs into my room, those massive hands reaching for me with claws instead of fingers. I wake up from those dreams in a cold sweat, and the first thing I do is check the locks on my doors and windows. Because somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm always waiting for those footsteps in the snow to come back. Story 8. I don't sleep well in small rooms anymore. After what happened in that tiny cottage in Cape Cod, I need space around my bed, need to be able to see all the corners, need to know exactly who's in the room with me. Because that night, I learned that sometimes you're not alone, even when you think you are. This was just a few weeks ago, so the whole thing is still fresh in my mind. My mom, my grandfather, my uncle and I had driven up to Cape Cod for a long weekend. It was one of those family trips that sounds better in theory than in practice. 4 adults crammed into this little rental cottage that was probably built in the 1960s and hadn't been updated much since. The place was tiny. 2 minuscule bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a living area that was barely big enough for a couch and a small dining table. The kind of place where you're constantly bumping into each other and there's no privacy whatsoever. But it was right near the beach, and the price was right, so we'd made it work. My mom and I were sharing one of the bedrooms. The room was so small that our 2 twin beds were maybe 3 feet apart, with just enough space to walk between them and a narrow aisle along the wall. When you were lying in bed, you could literally reach out and touch the other bed without stretching. We'd spent the day walking around Provincetown, doing touristy stuff, eating way too much seafood. By the time we got back to the cottage, we were all exhausted. My grandfather and uncle went to their room pretty much immediately, and I could hear them settling in for the night through the thin walls. I was tired, but that kind of wired tired you get sometimes when you've been active all day, but your brain won't shut off. We'd gotten back to the cottage around 11, and by the time everyone had showered and gotten ready for bed, it was probably close to 11:30. Mom was already in her bed, and I could tell she was going to fall asleep quickly. She was doing that thing where your breathing gets heavy and regular, but you're not quite snoring yet. I was lying in my bed staring at the ceiling, trying to will myself to sleep. The room was dark except for some faint light coming in through the thin curtains from a street lamp outside, not bright enough to really illuminate anything, but enough that you could make out the basic shapes of furniture and distinguish between the beds and the walls. I'd been lying there for maybe 15 or 20 minutes when I heard my mum's breathing change. She was definitely asleep now, making these soft little snoring sounds that I'd grown up hearing through hotel walls on family vacations. That's when I became aware of another presence in the room. I can't explain how I knew someone else was there. It wasn't a sound or a movement that I'd seen out of the corner of my eye. It was more like a shift in the atmosphere, a sense that the space had become more crowded somehow. I was lying on my side, facing away from my mom's bed, looking toward the wall. Without moving or turning around, I became absolutely certain that someone was standing between our beds, in that narrow space where you'd walk if you were trying to get from one side of the room to the other. The feeling was so strong that I actually held my breath, listening for any sound that would confirm what my instincts were telling me. But I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no breathing, no rustle of clothing. Just my mum's soft snoring and the distant sound of waves that you could hear through the cottage walls. But I knew someone was there. Every nerve in my body was screaming that I wasn't alone in that room. I stayed perfectly still for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, trying to work up the courage to turn around and look. Part of me was hoping it was just my imagination, that overtired feeling you get sometimes where you think you sense things that aren't really there. But another part of me was terrified that if I turned around, I'd see exactly what I was afraid of seeing. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I took a deep breath and slowly rolled over to face my mom's bed. There was a woman standing between our beds. She was tall and thin, with long dark hair that hung down past her shoulders. She was wearing what looked like a white nightgown or dress, something that seemed to catch and hold the faint light from outside. I couldn't make out her face clearly in the darkness, but I could see that she was looking down at me. My heart stopped, literally felt like it skipped several beats before starting up again at double speed. I was looking at someone who absolutely should not have been in that room, who couldn't have gotten in without waking up everyone in the cottage. The woman didn't move or make any sound. She just stood there perfectly still like a statue, looking down at where I was lying in bed. The weird thing was that even though I couldn't see her face clearly, I got the impression that she was studying me, examining me with curiosity rather than malice. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again, hoping she would disappear like a dream or hallucination. But she was still there, solid and undeniable in the narrow space between the beds. That's when she leaned down and whispered something. Her voice was so soft I almost missed it, barely more than a breath. It sounded like, "Hey, shh," like she was trying to get my attention or maybe tell me to be quiet. The tone was gentle, not threatening, but hearing a voice from this impossible presence in our room made my entire body break out in a cold sweat. For just a moment, in my confused, half-awake state, I thought it might be my mom. Maybe she'd gotten up to use the bathroom and was trying to tell me something without waking up my grandfather and uncle in the next room. But my mom was still in her bed. I could see her lying there, completely motionless, still making those soft snoring sounds. She hadn't moved at all. The woman straightened up and continued standing there watching me. I was frozen in place, unable to move or speak or do anything except stare back at her. My rational mind was frantically trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe I was having some kind of episode brought on by exhaustion and unfamiliar surroundings. But I was definitely awake. I could feel the scratchy sheets of the rental cottage, could hear my mom snoring 3 feet away, could smell that musty smell that old beach cottages always have. This wasn't a dream. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then, without any warning or transition, she simply wasn't there anymore. Not fading away or walking out of the room, she just vanished like someone had turned off a light switch. One moment she was standing there in her white dress, the next moment there was nothing but empty space between the beds. I lay there for the rest of the night with my heart pounding, staring at the spot where she'd been standing. I kept expecting her to reappear, kept listening for footsteps or whispers or any sign that someone was moving around the cottage, but everything stayed quiet except for my mum's snoring and the distant sound of the ocean. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake with the memory of that figure standing over me, whispering in the darkness. When morning finally came and sunlight started filtering through the curtains, I felt like I'd been awake for days. At breakfast, I debated whether to tell everyone what had happened. My mom was cheerful and well-rested, talking about what she wanted to do that day. My grandfather and uncle were discussing whether to try a different beach or go back to the same one we'd visited the day before. Normal vacation conversation from people who'd had normal, uneventful nights. I decided to keep quiet about it. What was I going to say? That I'd seen a ghostly woman in our bedroom who'd whispered to me and then vanished. They'd think I was having stress-induced hallucinations or letting my imagination run wild. But over the next couple of days, I started paying more attention to the cottage itself, wondering if there might be some history that could explain what I'd experienced. The place was definitely old, probably dating back to the 1960s, like I'd originally thought. It had that worn, lived-in feeling that rental properties get after decades of different families passing through. The furniture was a mix of different eras, the kind of mismatched pieces that accumulate in vacation homes over the years. I asked the neighbors if they knew anything about the cottage's history, but they were mostly other tourists who didn't have any information about the area. The few year-round residents I talked to were friendly, but didn't know much about the specific rental properties. On our last night there, I was dreading going to sleep in that room again. I'd managed to get through the previous night without any incidents, but I couldn't shake the memory of that woman standing between the beds. I tried to stay up as late as possible, reading on my phone until my eyes were burning with fatigue. When I finally couldn't keep them open anymore, I turned off the light and settled into bed, hoping exhaustion would override any anxiety about supernatural encounters. For the first few hours, everything was normal. I could hear my mum's familiar snoring, the sound of waves in the distance, the occasional car passing on the street outside, normal nighttime sounds that should have been comforting. But around 3 in the morning, I woke up with that same feeling I'd had before, the sense that someone else was in the room. This time, I didn't hesitate to look. I rolled over immediately, expecting to see the woman in white standing between the beds again. She wasn't there. But I could hear something. Soft footsteps moving around the room, circling the beds like someone was pacing. The footsteps were light, almost soundless, but definitely there. I could track them moving from the foot of my bed toward the wall, then along the wall toward my mum's bed, then back to the narrow space between us. My mum was still snoring, completely undisturbed. Whatever was making those footsteps wasn't affecting her sleep at all. I lay perfectly still, following the sound with my eyes even though I couldn't see anything. The footsteps continued for maybe 5 minutes, moving in that same circular pattern around our beds. Then, gradually, they faded away until I couldn't hear them anymore. I stayed awake until morning, listening for any return of the footsteps or any other signs of activity. But the rest of the night passed quietly, and when the sun came up I felt like maybe it was finally over. We packed up and left that morning, and I was honestly relieved to get out of that cottage. During the drive home, I considered telling my mum about what I'd experienced, but she seemed so happy and relaxed from the vacation that I didn't want to spoil it with stories about ghostly encounters. It's been a few weeks now, and I'm still processing what happened during those nights in Cape Cod. I've done some research online about the area, looking for any historical accounts of unusual activity or tragic events that might explain what I experienced. I didn't find anything specific to that cottage, but Cape Cod has a long history of shipwrecks and maritime disasters. Hundreds of ships have been lost off the coast over the centuries, and there are plenty of local legends about restless spirits and unexplained phenomena. Maybe the woman I saw was connected to some tragedy from the area's past. Maybe she was someone who'd lived in that cottage years ago and couldn't let go. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination, brought on by stress and unfamiliar surroundings. But I know what I saw that first night. I was wide awake, fully conscious, and I looked directly at someone who shouldn't have existed. She was as real and solid as my mum sleeping 3 feet away until the moment she simply wasn't there anymore. The whisper is what haunts me most. That soft, hey shh in the darkness, like she was trying to communicate something or get my attention for a reason I'll never understand. It wasn't threatening or malicious. If anything, it seemed almost caring, like she was checking on me or trying to comfort me somehow. But that makes it worse in a way. If it had been obviously hostile or frightening, I could dismiss it as a nightmare or anxiety-induced hallucination. The fact that it seemed benevolent, almost protective, makes it harder to rationalize away. I've been sleeping poorly since we got back. Every night, when I turn off the lights, I find myself listening for footsteps, waiting for whispers, half expecting to see a figure in white standing in the shadows of my room. My mum has asked a few times if everything's okay, if the vacation wore me out, or if I'm stressed about something. I keep telling her I'm fine, just having trouble adjusting to being back home. But the truth is, I'm not fine. I'm haunted by those 2 nights in Cape Cod, by the memory of someone who couldn't have been there but was, by the realization that there are things in this world that don't follow the rules I thought I understood, and by the growing suspicion that wherever that woman came from, whatever she wanted, our brief encounter in that tiny cottage bedroom might not have been the end of it. Because sometimes late at night, I think I hear footsteps in my own house now, soft, barely audible steps moving through rooms where no one should be walking. And sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I think I hear a whisper, "Hey, sheesh," just like that night in Cape Cod, when I learned that being alone and being safe are 2 completely different things. Story 9. We call him the Pencil Man now. It's become this family joke, this way of explaining away anything that goes missing or gets moved around the house. Oh, the Pencil Man must have taken it. But it wasn't funny that morning when my mom called the sheriff, shaking and terrified, because someone had been in our house sharpening pencils while we slept. I grew up in the suburbs of Charlotte in this sprawling house from the 1970s. You know the type. Lots of hallways, split levels, way too many rooms and doors for any family to actually need. My parents bought it when I was really young because they got a good deal, but looking back, I think that house was designed by someone who'd never actually lived in a house before. Nothing made sense. The layout was completely confusing. There were 4 different ways to get from the living room to the kitchen, depending on which hallway you took. Staircases that led to small landing areas with doors that opened to more hallways. Random closets tucked into corners that you'd discover months after moving in. It was the kind of place where you could hide from your family without even trying, just by taking a wrong turn on your way to the bathroom. My dad had his home office on the 2nd floor, at the end of this long hallway that had 3 other rooms branching off it. The office was his space. He had his desk, his computer, filing cabinets, and this old electric pencil sharpener that he'd had since college. It was one of those heavy-duty ones, probably from the 1980s, that made this distinctive grinding sound when you used it. The pencil sharpener sat on a shelf next to his desk, and it was loud enough that you could hear it from anywhere in the house when someone was using it. Dad was always sharpening pencils. He preferred writing notes by hand, and he was particular about having sharp points. We were all used to hearing that grinding sound coming from his office throughout the day. That particular morning, I was probably around 12 or 13, and my dad had already left to drive me and my siblings to school. It was a normal Tuesday morning in October. Dad always left for work right after dropping us off. So by 8:30, my mum was alone in the house. She was upstairs getting ready for her day, doing her makeup in the master bathroom, when she heard the pencil sharpener start up. At first, she didn't think anything of it. The sound was coming from the direction of Dad's office, and her immediate assumption was that he'd come back home for something he'd forgotten. Maybe he'd left some important papers or needed to grab his briefcase. But as she kept listening, something started to feel wrong about what she was hearing. The pencil sharpener kept running, not just a quick buzz to sharpen one pencil, but continuous grinding that went on and on. It would run for maybe 10 or 15 seconds, then stop, then start up again. Over and over, like someone was sharpening pencil after pencil after pencil. Mom called out from the bathroom, asking if Dad was okay, if he needed help finding whatever he'd come back for. No answer. Just the continued sound of the pencil sharpener running in cycles. She finished getting ready and walked down the hall toward the office to see what was going on. The closer she got, the clearer it became that someone was definitely using the pencil sharpener methodically, taking their time, sharpening what sounded like dozens of pencils. When she reached the office doorway, she could see that the door was closed. This was unusual because Dad never closed his office door when he was home. He liked to be able to hear what was happening in the rest of the house, and a closed door made the small office feel cramped. The pencil sharpener was still running on the other side of the door. Mom knocked and asked if everything was all right, but got no response. She tried the door handle and found it was unlocked. When she opened the door, the office was empty. The pencil sharpener was sitting on its shelf, silent and still. There was no one in the room, no sign that anyone had been there recently. Dad's desk chair was pushed in exactly the way he always left it. His papers were in their usual neat stacks. Everything looked completely normal. But the sound had definitely been coming from that room. Mum stood in the doorway for a full minute, looking around and trying to figure out what she'd been hearing. Maybe the pencil sharpener had malfunctioned somehow, running on its own due to some electrical problem. She walked over to examine it more closely, and that's when she noticed something that made her blood run cold. The pencil sharpener's tray was full of fresh shavings. This was the little plastic tray that caught all the wood and graphite when you sharpened pencils. Dad always emptied it when it got full because he was obsessive about keeping his office clean. The night before, when he'd finished work, that tray had been completely empty. Now it was packed with pencil shavings, not just a few from sharpening 1 or 2 pencils, but a significant amount, like someone had been sharpening pencils steadily for 20 or 30 minutes. Mom opened the tray and poured the shavings into the wastebasket. There was easily enough to fill a small coffee cup. Someone had been very busy in that office. She started looking around the desk for evidence of who might have been using the pencil sharpener. That's when she noticed the pencils. Dad kept a coffee mug full of pencils on his desk, maybe 15 or 20 of them in various stages of being worn down. Every single one of them had been sharpened to a perfect, fine point. Not just sharpened, but sharpened to the exact same length, like someone had been very careful to make them all uniform. There were also pencils that hadn't been there the night before. On the desk surface, arranged in a neat row, were 6 pencils that Mum didn't recognize. They looked new, like they'd been purchased recently, and they were all sharpened to the same precise point as the ones in the coffee mug. Mum started shaking as the reality of the situation hit her. Someone had been in their house that morning. Someone had been in Dad's office using his pencil sharpener, organizing his pencils, and they'd been doing it while she was just down the hall in the bathroom. She ran downstairs and called the sheriff's department from the kitchen phone, her hands trembling as she dialed. When the dispatcher answered, Mom tried to explain what had happened, but she could hear how crazy it sounded even as she was saying it. Someone had broken into her house to sharpen pencils. They hadn't stolen anything, hadn't damaged anything, hadn't threatened anyone. They'd just spent a significant amount of time in the home office, methodically sharpening every pencil they could find. The dispatcher was professional but clearly confused by the report. She asked the standard questions. Was anyone hurt? Was the intruder still in the house? Had anything been stolen? When Mom answered no to all of these questions, the dispatcher said they'd send an officer out to take a report, but it would be low priority, given that no crime had technically been committed. The sheriff's deputy who came out was a middle-aged guy who'd probably seen everything over the years, but even he seemed puzzled by what Mom was reporting. He walked through the house with her, checking all the doors and windows for signs of forced entry. Everything was locked up tight. No broken windows, no jimmied doors, no evidence that anyone had broken in from outside. All the first-floor windows were still latched from the inside. The front and back doors had been locked when Mom checked them after discovering the sharpened pencils. The deputy spent a lot of time in Dad's office, taking photos of the pencil sharpener, the tray full of fresh shavings, and the neatly arranged pencils on the desk. He asked detailed questions about Dad's routine, whether he might have come home briefly that morning without Mom knowing. But that didn't make sense either. Dad's car wasn't in the driveway, and Mom would have heard him come in through the garage. Plus, why would Dad sharpen 20 pencils and then arrange them on his desk like some kind of display? The deputy's conclusion was that it was probably a family member playing an elaborate prank, or that Mom had been confused about the timeline and the pencils had been sharpened the night before. He filed a report, but made it clear that without evidence of breaking and entering, there wasn't much the sheriff's department could do. After the deputy left, Mom called Dad at work to tell him what had happened. He was as confused as everyone else, and he confirmed that he hadn't been back to the house that morning. He also said that he specifically remembered the pencil sharpener tray being empty when he'd finished working the night before, because he'd emptied it before shutting down his computer. Dad left work early to come home and examine the office himself. When we got home from school that afternoon, both our parents were in Dad's office, trying to figure out what had happened. Dad confirmed everything Mum had told the deputy. The pencil sharpener tray had definitely been empty the night before. The 6 new pencils arranged on the desk weren't his. He had no idea where they'd come from, and the level of sharpening that had been done would have taken at least half an hour of continuous work. We spent that evening coming up with theories. Maybe someone had keys to the house that we didn't know about, a previous owner, or a contractor who'd kept copies. Maybe there was a way into the house that we hadn't discovered yet, some entrance that didn't require breaking a lock or window. Dad changed all the locks that weekend, and we started being more careful about setting the security system every night. For a few weeks, nothing unusual happened, and we started to think that maybe it had been a one-time incident. Then Mom found the pencil in her car. She'd gone grocery shopping on a Saturday afternoon, and when she got back home and was unloading bags from the car, she found a freshly sharpened pencil lying on the passenger seat. It was sharpened to the same precise point as the ones that had been arranged in Dad's office, and it definitely hadn't been in the car when she'd left for the store. The car had been locked the entire time she was shopping. She always locked it out of habit, and she specifically remembered clicking the key fob when she walked into the grocery store. There was no way someone could have gotten into the car without breaking a window or somehow having a key. But there was the pencil, sitting on the passenger seat like someone had placed it there deliberately. That's when we started calling him the Pencil Man. It was Dad's idea. He said that if someone was going to haunt our house, at least they were being helpful by keeping his office supplies organized. Over the next few months, we found pencils in weird places throughout the house. Always just one, always sharpened to that same perfect point. In the bathroom medicine cabinet, tucked behind the toothpaste, in the refrigerator standing upright in the door compartment where we kept condiments, in Mom's jewelry box, lying next to her wedding ring. Never anywhere obvious, never anywhere that felt threatening, but always somewhere that we'd eventually find them, like little messages letting us know that someone was still around. The pencils were always brand new, the kind you'd buy at an office supply store. Dad started keeping track of them, and over 6 months we found maybe 20 or 30 pencils placed around the house. Someone was spending real money on this, whatever it was. We never heard the pencil sharpener again after that first morning. But sometimes we'd find evidence that someone had been in Dad's office. Papers moved slightly, the desk chair pulled out a few inches, the computer keyboard repositioned. Nothing dramatic, nothing that couldn't have been explained by one of us using the office and forgetting about it. But the pencils kept appearing, and we could never figure out how someone was getting into our house to place them. Dad installed motion detector cameras in the hallways, thinking we might catch whoever was doing this. But the cameras never picked up anything unusual. No mysterious figures walking through the house, no signs of anyone moving around at night. Yet the pencils kept showing up. The strangest incident happened about a year after the original break-in. I was doing homework in the living room one evening, and I needed a pencil to finish a math assignment. I went upstairs to Dad's office to grab one from his coffee mug. When I got to the office, every single pencil in the coffee mug had been sharpened down to about 2 inches long. They were still perfectly pointed, but they'd been sharpened so many times that they were barely usable stubs. And sitting on the desk, arranged in that same neat row we'd seen before, were 6 brand new pencils, all sharpened to identical points. I called for my parents, and when they came upstairs to see what I was talking about, Dad just stood there staring at his desk. He'd used some of those pencils that same morning, and they'd been normal length. Someone had come into the office during the day, while all of us were home, and spent significant time reducing every pencil to a stub. None of us had heard the pencil sharpener running. None of us had seen anyone go into the office. But someone had been there, working methodically and quietly, doing what they always did. We lived in that house for 3 more years, and the pencil man never stopped visiting. The incidents became less frequent over time, but they never stopped completely. Every few months, we'd find a freshly sharpened pencil somewhere unexpected, or we'd discover that someone had been organizing Dad's office supplies. When we finally moved to a different house, I was honestly curious to see if the pencil man would follow us, or if he was tied to that specific location. He didn't follow us. Our new house has never had any mysterious pencil incidents, and Dad's office supplies stay exactly where he puts them. But sometimes, when I hear an electric pencil sharpener running, I get this weird chill and remember those years when someone was sharing our house with us. Someone who was obsessively neat, who had access to our home despite all our security measures, and who never wanted anything more than to keep our pencils perfectly sharpened. I still don't know who the pencil man was or what he wanted. I don't know how he got into our house or why he chose us, but I know that for 3 years, someone was living a parallel life alongside ours, coming and going as they pleased, leaving behind only the evidence of their strange, harmless obsession. And every time I need to sharpen a pencil now, I think about him. Somewhere out there, maybe in another family's house, carefully arranging office supplies and making sure every pencil is perfectly pointed, still working, still watching, still sharpening. Story 10. I don't drive that road at night anymore. I don't care if it's the fastest route home. I don't care if it adds 20 minutes to my commute. After what I saw crossing that A road at exactly 3 in the morning, I'll take the long way around for the rest of my life. This happened just last month, and I'm still having trouble sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I see that thing moving across the pavement in front of my headlights, and my whole body breaks out in a cold sweat. I know people are going to think I'm making this up, or that I fell asleep at the wheel and had some kind of nightmare, but I was wide awake. I've never been more awake in my life. I was driving home from my girlfriend's place in the next county over. It was a Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, depending on how you look at it, and I'd stayed way later than I'd planned. We'd been watching movies and lost track of time, and by the time I realized how late it was getting, it was already past 2 in the morning. The drive back to my place is about 45 minutes on a good day, mostly along this A road that cuts through countryside and small villages. During the day, it's a nice drive, rolling hills, forests, the occasional farm, but at night, especially that late, it's just mile after mile of darkness with your headlights carving out this small tunnel of visibility ahead of you. I'd made this drive hundreds of times before, so I knew every curve, every hill, every stretch of straight road. I was tired, but not dangerously so. Just that end of evening fatigue where you're looking forward to getting home and into bed. The radio was playing softly, some late-night talk show that I wasn't really listening to. The road I was on runs through this particularly dense section of forest for maybe 10 or 15 miles. Ancient woodland on both sides, the kind where the trees grow right up to the edge of the pavement and their branches form a canopy overhead. During the day, it's beautiful in a mystical sort of way. At night, it feels like driving through a tunnel. I was maybe 2/3 of the way through this wooded section when I saw something ahead in my headlights. At first, I thought it was a deer. The area is known for having lots of wildlife, and deer crossing the road at night is a constant hazard that every local driver knows about. But as I got closer, I realized this wasn't a deer. The thing was crossing from the left side of the road to the right, moving in this strange, hunched-over position. It was using all 4 limbs to move, but not like a normal animal. It was more like it was built to walk upright, but had chosen to move on hands and knees, if that makes sense. It was big, much bigger than any animal I'd ever seen in the wild. If it had been standing upright, it would have been massive, probably 7 or 8 feet tall. Even hunched over the way it was moving, it took up a significant portion of the road width. The shape was all wrong for any animal I could think of. The limbs were too long, too thin, and they moved in this weird, elastic way, like they didn't have normal joints. The back was arched high, higher than any 4-legged animal would carry itself, and the whole thing moved with this explosive, springy motion that was completely unnatural. I was maybe 150 yards away when I first saw it, traveling at about 50 miles per hour. My immediate reaction was to slam on the brakes, not because I was in danger of hitting it, but because my brain was struggling to process what I was looking at. As soon as I started braking, this overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Not just the normal, startled feeling you get when you see an unexpected animal on the road. This was something deeper, more primal. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to get away from whatever I was seeing. My vision started to narrow, like I was looking through a telescope. The edges of my sight went dark, and all I could see was this thing moving across the road in my headlights. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white, and I could feel cold sweat breaking out across my forehead and down my back. The weirdest part was that instead of slowing down more or trying to stop, I found myself pressing harder on the accelerator. Not because I was trying to hit it, the thing was already almost across the road by the time I got close. But every fiber of my being was telling me to get past this spot as quickly as possible, to put distance between myself and whatever I was witnessing. As I got closer, I could see more details that made the whole thing even more disturbing. The creature's skin looked grey or dark brown, and it seemed to have patches of hair or fur in some places but not others. The limbs were definitely too long for its body, giving it this stretched-out, distorted appearance that looked like something from a nightmare. The way it moved was the worst part. Most animals, even when they're running or scared, move with some kind of rhythm or predictable pattern. This thing moved like it was made of rubber, like its joints could bend in directions that shouldn't be possible. Each step looked like it was going to launch the creature into the air, but instead of jumping, it would just flow forward in this impossible fluid motion. When I was maybe 50 feet away, the thing paused in the middle of the road and turned its head toward my approaching headlights. I only saw its face for a split second, but that image is burned into my memory forever. It wasn't human, but it wasn't completely animal either. The features were wrong in a way that made my stomach lurch. Too many teeth, or teeth in the wrong places, and eyes that reflected my headlights like mirrors. But the worst part was the expression, if you could call it that. There was intelligence there, awareness, like it knew exactly what it was looking at when it saw my car coming. Then it moved again, completing its crossing and disappearing into the forest on the right side of the road. The whole encounter, from first seeing it to watching it vanish into the trees, probably lasted less than 10 seconds, but it felt like hours. I drove past the spot where it had crossed, and I could swear I felt the temperature in my car drop by 10 degrees. The hair on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to roll up my windows and lock my doors, even though I was already sealed inside the car. As soon as I was past the area, I floored the accelerator and didn't slow down until I was completely out of the forest section. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it over the engine noise, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel steady. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the thing chasing after me or following my car. But there was nothing behind me except empty road and darkness. When I finally made it home, I sat in my driveway for 10 minutes before I could work up the nerve to get out of the car. Every shadow looked like it might be hiding something. Every sound from the surrounding houses made me jump. I ran from my car to my front door and didn't feel safe until I was inside with all the lights on and the door locked behind me. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing moving across the road with its impossible elastic gait. I kept thinking about the way it had looked at me, the intelligence in those reflecting eyes, the sense that it had been evaluating me somehow. The next day, I tried to research what I might have seen. I looked up every large animal native to the British countryside, thinking maybe I'd encountered some kind of rare or unusual creature that I'd never heard of before. But nothing matched what I'd witnessed. I read about big cats that some people claim are living wild in the UK, but those are supposed to move like normal cats, not with the weird springy motion I'd observed. I looked up information about bears, even though there aren't supposed to be any wild bears in Britain. But bears don't move the way this thing had moved either. I even researched escaped exotic animals, thinking maybe something had gotten loose from a zoo or private collection. But I couldn't find anything that matched the size, the way it moved, or especially the way it had looked at me. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that what I'd seen wasn't a normal animal at all. The proportions were wrong, the movement was wrong, and that moment of eye contact had been far too intelligent for any wild creature. A few days later, I decided to drive that route again during the daytime, just to see the area where the encounter had happened. I wanted to look for any evidence, tracks, disturbed vegetation, anything that might prove to myself that the whole thing had been real. The spot was easy to find because I remembered exactly which curve of the road it had been on. In daylight, it looked completely normal, just forest on both sides, thick underbrush beneath the trees, nothing unusual or ominous about it. I parked on the shoulder and walked around the area where the creature had crossed. The ground on both sides of the road was covered in fallen leaves and dense undergrowth, the kind of terrain that should show clear signs if something large had passed through recently. But I didn't find any tracks or disturbed areas. No broken branches, no compressed vegetation, no evidence that anything had crossed from one side of the forest to the other. It was like the thing I'd seen had been weightless, passing through the environment without leaving any trace. That should have been reassuring, proof that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing or misidentified some normal animal in the poor lighting. Instead, it made the whole experience even more unsettling. Over the next few weeks, I found myself obsessed with that stretch of road. I'd drive past during the day, always looking for any signs of unusual activity. I started asking other local drivers if they'd ever seen anything strange on that route, trying to be casual about it so people wouldn't think I was losing my mind. Most people just talked about the usual hazards: deer, the occasional fox, maybe a badger. But one older man at the petrol station gave me this look when I mentioned the wooded section of the A road. He asked if I'd been driving through there late at night, and when I said yes, he just nodded like he understood something I didn't. He told me that stretch of road had a reputation among some of the long-time locals, that there were things in those woods that were better left alone. When I pressed him for details, he clammed up, just said that some places were older than others, that the forest had been there long before the road was built, and that sometimes the old things didn't like being disturbed by modern intrusions. I know that sounds like typical rural folklore, the kind of vague warnings that every remote area seems to have about its local haunted spots. But the way he said it, the seriousness in his voice, made me think he might have seen something himself. Since then, I've been taking the longer route home whenever I visit my girlfriend. It adds nearly half an hour to the drive, and it's annoying having to go so far out of my way, but I can't bring myself to drive through that wooded section again. A few times, I've been tempted to go back, especially at night around the same time as the original encounter. Part of me wants to see if the thing appears again, to get a better look at it, maybe even to prove to myself that the whole experience was real. But a bigger part of me is terrified of what might happen if I do see it again. What if next time it doesn't just cross the road and disappear? What if next time it decides to interact with me instead of just acknowledging my presence? I keep thinking about that moment of eye contact, the intelligence I saw there, the sense that it was studying me just as much as I was staring at it. There was something predatory about that gaze, something that made every primitive part of my brain scream warnings about apex predators and things that hunt in the dark. Whatever I saw on that road wasn't just some unknown animal. It was something that understood what I was, something that had made a conscious decision about whether or not I was worth its attention. And I'm not eager to find out what it might decide if we meet again. The worst part is not knowing what it was or where it came from. Was it something that lives in those woods permanently, some kind of creature that's managed to stay hidden from human contact for generations? Was it just passing through, maybe following migration patterns that predate human settlement? Or was it something else entirely, something that doesn't fit into our normal categories of wildlife and natural phenomena? I check the local news occasionally, looking for reports of other unusual sightings or encounters in that area. So far, I haven't found anything. Either I'm the only one who's seen this thing recently, or other people are keeping quiet about their experiences for the same reasons I've been hesitant to talk about mine. It's been over a month now, and I still think about that encounter almost every day. The image of that creature moving across the road with its impossible gait, the way it looked directly at me with those reflecting eyes, the overwhelming sense of wrongness that filled my car in those few seconds. I know it was real. I know I saw something that night that shouldn't exist, something that my brain is still struggling to categorize and understand. And I know that somewhere in those dark woods, it's probably still there, still moving through the trees with that elastic spring-loaded motion, still crossing roads when cars approach at exactly 3 in the morning, still looking at drivers with those intelligent predatory eyes, still deciding whether we're worth its attention. Story 11. I still sleep with the lights on sometimes. I know it sounds childish for a grown adult, but after what happened during those years when I was a kid, darkness just doesn't feel safe anymore. People think shadow people are some kind of modern internet phenomenon, but I was seeing them decades before anyone was posting about them online. I was between 8 and 10 years old when they started showing up regularly. We lived in this old house that my parents had bought because it was a good deal, not because it had any particular charm or appeal. It was one of those places that had probably been beautiful once, maybe in the 1940s or 50s, but by the time we moved in, it just felt tired and worn down. The house had this heavy feeling to it, like the air was thicker than it should be. During the day, with all the windows open and sunlight streaming in, it was fine. But at night, when the shadows got long and the rooms filled with darkness, something about the place just felt wrong. My bedroom was on the second floor, at the end of a hallway that had 3 other rooms branching off it. The way the house was laid out, my room felt isolated from the rest of the family, which probably contributed to how scared I got when things started happening. The shadow people first appeared on a Tuesday night in October. I remember it was a school night, because I'd been trying to fall asleep early, knowing I had a math test the next day. I was lying in bed with my eyes closed, but not quite asleep yet, when I heard my bedroom door creak open. I opened my eyes and saw a figure standing in the doorway. At first, I thought it was my mom or dad coming to check on me, which wasn't unusual, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized this wasn't either of my parents. The figure was completely black, like someone had cut a person-shaped hole out of reality and filled it with pure darkness. It was taller than my mom, but not as tall as my dad, and it had the basic outline of a human: head, shoulders, arms, legs, but no details at all, no face, no clothing, no texture, just smooth, absolute blackness in the shape of a person. It stood in my doorway for maybe 30 seconds, not moving, not making any sound. I wasn't scared at first because my 8-year-old brain was still trying to process what I was looking at. I actually spoke to it. "What do you want?" I asked, thinking it might be one of my family members playing some kind of weird game or maybe wearing a costume. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move closer or farther away, didn't react to my voice at all. It just stood there, and I got the distinct impression that it was watching me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. After what felt like forever, it slowly faded away, like someone was gradually turning down the opacity on a computer image. It didn't walk away or turn around. It just became less and less solid until it was completely gone. I lay awake for hours after that, staring at the doorway and waiting for it to come back, but nothing else happened that night. And by morning, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a dream. The second sighting happened about a week later. I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth in the upstairs bathroom, when I felt someone watching me. I looked up at the mirror and saw a shadow figure standing behind me, reflected in the glass. This one was different from the first, shorter and broader, but with the same complete blackness and lack of features. It was standing maybe 3 feet behind me, motionless, like it had been there for a while and was patiently waiting for me to notice it. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing behind me in the actual bathroom, but there was no one there. When I looked back at the mirror, the reflection was gone too. This time, I ran out of the bathroom and down the hallway to my parents' room, yelling for them to come see what I'd found. By the time I got them back to the bathroom, there was nothing unusual to show them. My parents did what parents always do. They checked the bathroom thoroughly, looked in all the closets and behind the shower curtain, and explained that I'd probably just seen the shadow of a tree branch moving outside the window. But there were no trees close enough to the bathroom window to cast shadows inside. Over the next few months, the shadow people became regular visitors. They'd appear in different rooms, always at night, always when I was alone. Sometimes they'd stand in doorways, sometimes in corners, sometimes right next to my bed when I woke up in the middle of the night. They never tried to communicate or interact with me directly. They'd just appear, stand perfectly still while I stared at them, and then fade away after a few minutes. Sometimes I'd try talking to them, asking who they were or what they wanted, but they never responded to anything I said. The scariest incident happened when I was 9. I'd been playing hide and seek with my younger brother and sister, and it was my turn to hide. I'd found this great spot in the basement behind the water heater where there was just enough space for a kid to squeeze in. I was crouched there in the darkness, listening for footsteps and trying not to giggle, when I heard my name being whispered right next to my ear. It wasn't my brother or sister calling for me. They were both upstairs, and I could hear them moving around up there, looking for me in the obvious places. This was a different voice, soft and breathy, saying my name like it was testing how the word sounded. I turned my head toward where the whisper had come from, and there was a shadow figure crouched next to me in the tiny space behind the water heater. It was so close I should have been able to touch it, but when I reached out my hand, there was nothing but empty air. I scrambled out of my hiding spot and ran upstairs, heart pounding and completely terrified. When my siblings asked why I'd given up so easily, I couldn't explain what had happened without sounding crazy. But that was the moment I realized these weren't just visual hallucinations or tricks of light and shadow. Whatever the shadow people were, they could make sounds. They knew my name. They were aware of me in ways that went beyond just appearing and disappearing. The incidents continued throughout elementary school, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. I got used to them in a way that probably wasn't healthy for a kid. I'd see a shadow figure standing in my room and just roll over and go back to sleep, like having supernatural visitors was a normal part of life. My parents took me to a doctor when I kept insisting that there were dark people in our house. The doctor said it was probably night terrors or some kind of childhood anxiety manifesting as visual hallucinations. He prescribed some mild medication that was supposed to help me sleep better, but it didn't make any difference to the shadow people. The strangest thing about them was how they seemed to respond to my emotional state. When I was scared or upset about something at school, they'd appear more frequently. When I was happy and relaxed, they'd stay away for longer periods. It was like they fed on negative emotions, or maybe they were attracted to them. The more anxious I got about seeing them, the more often they showed up, creating this cycle where my fear was literally calling them to me. One night when I was 10, something different happened. I woke up around midnight and saw not one, but 3 shadow figures standing around my bed. One at the foot, one on each side. They were all different heights and builds, but with the same featureless black appearance. I wasn't scared this time, maybe because I'd gotten so used to seeing them. Instead, I was curious. I sat up in bed and looked at each of them carefully, trying to make out any details that might explain what they were. That's when I noticed something I'd never seen before. The shadow figure at the foot of my bed was moving slightly, like it was breathing or swaying back and forth. Not much, just tiny movements that you'd only notice if you were really paying attention. I watched it for several minutes, and gradually I started to see similar small movements in the other 2 figures. They weren't perfectly still, like I'd always thought. They were actually quite active, just in very subtle ways. It was like watching people who were trying to stand perfectly still, but couldn't quite manage it. Little shifts in posture, slight tilts of the head, tiny adjustments that suggested they were actually alive and aware, not just static apparitions. After maybe 10 minutes of this staring contest, all 3 figures began to fade simultaneously. But instead of just becoming less visible like they usually did, they seemed to dissolve upward, like smoke dissipating toward the ceiling. That was the last time I saw multiple shadow figures at once, and it was also when I started to understand that these weren't just random hauntings or manifestations of my childhood fears. There was some kind of intelligence behind them, some purpose to their appearances that I was too young to understand. The sightings became less frequent as I got older, maybe because I was developing better coping mechanisms, or maybe because whatever was causing them was losing interest in me. By the time I was in middle school, I might see a shadow figure once every few months, instead of multiple times per week. But they never stopped completely. Even now, as an adult, I occasionally catch glimpses of them in my peripheral vision. A dark shape moving past a doorway, a figure standing in a corner that disappears when I turn to look directly at it. I've done a lot of research over the years, trying to understand what I experienced as a child. The internet has given me access to thousands of similar accounts from people all over the world, and the consistency of the descriptions is both reassuring and terrifying. Shadow people, shadow figures, dark entities, whatever you want to call them, there are countless reports of encounters that match exactly what I went through. The same featureless black humanoid shapes, the same behavior patterns, the same tendency to appear during times of stress or emotional turmoil. Some people think they're interdimensional beings, others believe they're manifestations of negative energy or collective unconscious fears. There are theories about them being time travelers, alien visitors, or remnants of deceased humans who got stuck between life and death. I don't know what they are, and I've stopped trying to figure it out. All I know is that they were real, they were aware of me, and they were a constant presence during some of the most formative years of my childhood. The experience taught me that reality is much more flexible than most people realize, that there are things sharing space with us that operate by completely different rules than the physical world we think we understand. It also taught me to trust my own perceptions, even when everyone around me was telling me that what I was seeing couldn't be real. Kids are often told that their fears are imaginary, that monsters don't exist, that there's nothing in the darkness that can hurt them. But sometimes there is something there. Sometimes the monsters are real, even if they're not the kind that adults are willing to acknowledge. The shadow people never hurt me directly, never threatened me, or tried to frighten me on purpose. But their presence changed how I see the world, made me aware that we're surrounded by mysteries that most people choose to ignore or explain away. I still wonder what they wanted, why they chose to reveal themselves to me during those specific years of my childhood. Were they trying to communicate something? Were they studying me the same way I was studying them? Or was I just unlucky enough to be sensitive to something that's always there, always watching, but usually invisible to human perception? I'll probably never know the answers to those questions, but I know that somewhere in the darkness, in the spaces between what we can see and what we can't, they're still there, still watching, still waiting, still moving through our world with purposes we can't begin to understand. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a dark room and I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, I remember what it was like to be 8 years old and completely certain that I wasn't alone, even when everyone told me I was. They're still out there. They never really left. They're just waiting for the right moment to let someone else know they exist. Story 12. I live in what people call the camp, about 4.5 miles from the nearest town, in one of those areas where locals say the energy lines cross. I never put much stock in that kind of talk until I started seeing the tall man in the field every morning on my walk to the bus stop. The camp is this collection of maybe 20 houses scattered along dirt roads, surrounded by farmland and patches of forest. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where people still leave their doors unlocked and kids can wander around without their parents worrying too much. At least, that's how it used to be before I started seeing something that shouldn't exist. My daily routine was pretty simple. I had to catch the school bus at 7:15 every morning, which meant leaving the house around 7, since it was a good 10-minute walk to the bus stop. The walk took me along this gravel road that cut straight through an open field, maybe 200 yards of completely flat grassland with no trees, no buildings, nothing but open space on both sides. During most of the year, the walk was pleasant enough. In summer, you could hear birds singing and insects buzzing in the tall grass. In fall, the field turned these beautiful colors as the wild grasses dried out. Even in winter, When everything was brown and dead-looking, it had a stark beauty to it. But that particular winter morning in January, something was different. It was still dark when I left the house, which was normal for that time of year. The sun wouldn't start coming up for another hour, so I was walking by the light of my flashlight and the occasional yard light from one of the neighboring houses. The air was cold and still, that kind of winter quiet where every sound carries farther than it should. I was about halfway across the field when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow that someone had put up in the middle of the field. It was tall, much taller than any person should be, and it was standing perfectly still in an area where I'd never seen anything before. The shape was human-like but wrong somehow, like the proportions were stretched out. I stopped walking and pointed my flashlight toward it, trying to get a better look. The beam didn't reach far enough to illuminate it clearly, but I could make out the basic outline. It had to be at least 9 or 10 feet tall, with arms that hung down too far and a head that seemed too small for the body. But here's the thing about scarecrows. Farmers don't usually put them in the middle of empty fields in January, and they definitely don't put them up overnight without mentioning it to their neighbors. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, trying to decide what to do. I was already running a little late, and if I missed the bus, I'd have to walk all the way to school or wait for my mom to drive me when she got home from her night shift. I decided to keep walking, figuring I'd get a better look at whatever it was as I got closer to the bus stop. But as I started moving again, something made me glance back over my shoulder. The figure had turned to face me. I'm sure of this because when I'd first seen it, it had been facing away from the road, looking out toward the far end of the field. Now it was oriented directly toward me, like it had rotated to watch me walking by. My stomach dropped, and I started walking faster. Scarecrows don't turn around on their own. Nothing that tall and thin should be able to move without making noise or showing some kind of motion. When I reached the bus stop, I turned around to look back across the field. The figure was still there, still facing in my direction, still completely motionless. In the growing light of dawn, I could see it more clearly now, and what I saw made my hands shake. It wasn't a scarecrow. It wasn't made of straw and old clothes hung on a wooden frame. It looked solid, real, like an actual living thing that just happened to be impossibly tall and thin. The head was definitely too small for the body, and the arms were long enough that they seemed to hang down past where the knees should be. But the worst part was that even from 200 yards away, I could tell it was looking directly at me. The school bus arrived a few minutes later, and I was never so relieved to see those yellow lights coming down the road. As we drove past the field, I pressed my face to the window to see if the figure was still there. It was, but now it was in a different position, closer to the road than it had been before. It was still facing the bus stop, still perfectly still, but it had definitely moved. I didn't say anything to the other kids on the bus. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? Instead, I spent the whole day at school trying to come up with rational explanations for what I'd seen. Maybe it was some kind of art installation that someone had put up as a prank. Maybe it was a new type of scarecrow designed to look more realistic. Maybe I'd been seeing things in the poor light and letting my imagination fill in details that weren't really there. But when I walked home that afternoon in full daylight, the figure was gone. The field was completely empty, just dead winter grass stretching from one side to the other. There was no sign that anything had ever been standing out there. That night, I asked my mum if she'd heard about anyone putting up a scarecrow or art piece in the field. She said no, and when I described what I'd seen, she got this concerned look and asked if I'd been getting enough sleep lately. I dropped the subject, but I was dreading the next morning's walk to the bus stop. The tall figure was there again. This time it was in a different location, maybe 50 feet from where I'd first seen it, but still in the middle of the field with nothing around it. Same impossible height, same wrong proportions, same sense that it was aware of me even though I couldn't make out any facial features. I tried a different approach this time. Instead of hurrying past and trying to ignore it, I stopped walking and stared directly at it. If it was some kind of prank or optical illusion, maybe direct observation would reveal what was really going on. We faced each other across the field for maybe 2 minutes. Me standing on the gravel road with my backpack and flashlight, it standing motionless in the dead grass like a monument to something I couldn't understand. Then, without any warning or gradual movement, it was gone. Not faded away, not fallen over, not walked away. Simply gone, like it had never been there at all. 1 second I was looking at this impossible tall figure. The next second I was staring at empty field. I ran the rest of the way to the bus stop. Over the next few weeks, the pattern continued. The figure would appear in the field during my morning walk, always in a slightly different location, always facing toward the road like it was waiting for me. Sometimes it would be there when I looked. Sometimes it wouldn't appear until I was halfway across the field. But it was always gone by the time I walked home in the afternoon, and it never appeared on weekends when I didn't have to catch the bus. I started testing it, trying to figure out the rules of whatever was happening. I'd leave the house 5 minutes early or 5 minutes late to see if that affected when the figure appeared. I'd walk on different sides of the road or take a slightly different route to see if it would respond. The thing that scared me most was that it seemed to be adapting to my behavior. If I walked faster, it would appear closer to the road. If I tried to sneak past by staying on the far side of the gravel path, it would position itself where I couldn't avoid seeing it. It was like it was learning my patterns, figuring out how to make sure I noticed it every morning. One day in February, I decided to confront whatever was happening head on. Instead of just walking past and trying to ignore the figure, I cut across the field and walked directly toward it. The closer I got, the more wrong it looked. The proportions weren't just unusual, they were impossible. The arms were easily 7 feet long, hanging down like empty sleeves from shoulders that were too narrow to support them. The head was the size of a child's head, sitting on top of a body that was over 9 feet tall. But the worst part was the way it stood. It wasn't balanced the way a normal person or even a normal statue would be. It was perfectly vertical, like it was being held up by something other than its own body weight. When I was maybe 20 feet away, I stopped and called out to it. I asked who it was, what it wanted, why it kept appearing in the field. My voice sounded small and thin in the open space, but I know it was loud enough to be heard. The figure didn't respond, didn't move, didn't give any sign that it had heard me. But I could feel its attention focused on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I stood there for another minute, trying to work up the courage to get closer, when I heard the school bus coming down the road behind me. I turned to look, and when I turned back, the figure was gone again. That afternoon, I told my mom I was sick and couldn't go to school the next day. I needed to see what happened in the field when I wasn't there. Needed to know if the figure would appear even when there was no reason for it to be watching the road. The next morning, I snuck out of the house around 7 and positioned myself behind a cluster of trees where I could see the field without being seen from the road. I wanted to observe without being part of whatever was happening. At exactly 7:10, 5 minutes before I would normally be walking across the field, the tall figure appeared in its usual spot. But this time, instead of facing toward the road, it was facing toward where I was hiding. It knew I was there. Even though I was concealed behind trees, even though I'd changed my routine, it was aware of my presence and was looking directly at me. I backed away from my hiding spot and went home, my heart pounding and my hands shaking. Whatever the tall figure was, it wasn't just responding to my presence on the road. It was tracking me specifically, aware of me in ways that went beyond normal perception. Over the next few days, I tried different strategies. I asked my mum to drive me to school instead of taking the bus, but she said I was being ridiculous and needed to face whatever anxiety was making me afraid of a simple walk. I considered taking a different route to the bus stop. maybe walking along the tree line instead of cutting straight across the field, but something told me that wouldn't help. The figure wasn't tied to a specific location, it was tied to me. Then, one morning in March, I decided I'd had enough. I was tired of being afraid, tired of dreading the walk to the bus stop, tired of seeing something that couldn't exist, but obviously did. When I saw the tall figure standing in the field that morning, I didn't hurry past or try to ignore it. Instead, I walked straight toward it and yelled, "Enough! Just stop! Leave me alone!" The figure stood motionless for maybe 10 seconds after I shouted. Then, slowly, it began to turn away from me. Not disappearing like it usually did, but actually rotating, showing me its profile, and then its back as it faced away from the road. Then it started walking. The movement was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Its legs moved in a normal walking pattern, but each step covered an impossible distance. It was like watching someone walk on the moon, where gravity worked differently and each stride carried them farther than it should. Within maybe 30 seconds, it had crossed the entire field and disappeared into the tree line on the far side. I watched the whole thing, mesmerized and terrified, until it was completely gone from sight. That was the last time I saw the tall figure in the field. For the rest of the school year, my morning walks were normal. No mysterious appearances, no sense of being watched, no impossible tall shapes standing where they shouldn't be. I should have been relieved, but instead I felt unsettled. Had it really been that simple? Had I just needed to tell it to go away? Years later, when my younger brother started high school and had to take the same bus route, I warned him about the field. I told him to be careful during his morning walks, to pay attention to anything unusual. He looked at me like I was crazy and asked what I was talking about. When I tried to explain about the tall figure, he just laughed and said I must have been dreaming or seeing things. But a few months later, he came to me with a strange story. He'd been walking to the bus stop one morning when he saw something tall standing in the field. He said it was probably just a dead tree that he'd never noticed before, but it seemed to be shaped like a person. When he looked more carefully, there was nothing there. I didn't tell him what I thought he might start seeing if he kept walking that route. Some experiences you have to go through alone, and some things only reveal themselves to one person at a time. But sometimes, when I drive past that field now, I slow down and look out across the open space. Most of the time it's empty, just grass and sky and nothing unusual. But occasionally, just at the edge of my vision, I think I see a tall shape standing motionless in the distance, never close enough to be sure, never clear enough to be certain, still waiting, still watching, still there in the spaces between what we can explain and what we can't. And I know that somewhere out there, some other kid is walking to the bus stop and seeing something impossible in a field that should be empty, wondering if they're crazy, wondering if they should tell someone, wondering what that tall figure wants and why it's watching them, just like I did all those years ago when I learned that some things exist whether we believe in them or not. Story 13. I don't answer unknown numbers anymore. After what happened with my iPhone that night, I can't trust that hanging up will actually end a call. Sometimes technology stops obeying the rules, and when it does, you realize how helpless you really are. This was maybe 2 years ago, back when I still had my iPhone 4S. I know that dates me a bit, but I was one of those people who hung onto their phones until they literally stopped working. The 4S was reliable, and I didn't see the point in upgrading just for the sake of having something newer. It was around 10:30 on a weeknight, and I was getting ready for bed. I'd been watching Netflix on my laptop, just some mindless comedy series that I used to wind down after work. I was brushing my teeth when my phone started ringing from the bedroom. I almost didn't answer it because it was an unknown number, and who calls that late unless it's an emergency? But sometimes my work required me to be available for urgent issues, so I figured I should at least check who it was. When I picked up the phone, the caller ID just showed a string of numbers I didn't recognize. Not a local area code, not anything that looked familiar. I hesitated for a second, then swiped to answer. The voice on the other end was professional, businesslike, the kind of tone you'd expect from someone calling about a survey or maybe a billing issue. It was a woman, probably middle-aged, speaking clearly and confidently. She started by asking for my name, which immediately put me on guard. I've gotten enough scam calls to know that giving out personal information to unknown callers is a bad idea. But something about her tone made it sound official, like she was calling from a legitimate company or government agency. I told her my first name, thinking that wasn't too risky. She thanked me and then asked for my email address. I gave it to her. I still don't know why I did that. It went against every instinct I had about phone security. But her voice was so calm and authoritative that I found myself responding automatically, like I was programmed to cooperate with official-sounding requests. She confirmed the email address by repeating it back to me, then asked me to verify my phone number. She read off the number I was calling from, and I confirmed that it was correct. By this point, I was starting to feel uncomfortable about how much information I'd already given her. The professional tone was starting to feel less legitimate and more manipulative, like she was using my natural tendency to be polite and cooperative against me. When she asked for my home address, I finally snapped out of whatever trance I'd been in. "Why do you need my address?" I asked. "Who is this? What company are you calling from?" There was a pause, maybe 2 or 3 seconds of silence. Then she said, in that same calm, professional tone, "For processing purposes." That's when she said my name. Not my first name, which I'd given her, but my full name. First and last name pronounced correctly, like she was reading it off some kind of file or database. "What kind of processing?" I asked, but I was already starting to feel scared. "What is this call about?" "To process you," she said, and now her voice had this slight smile in it, like she was enjoying a private joke. That's when I decided to hang up. I'd given out too much information already, and nothing about this call felt legitimate anymore. I touched the red end call button on my phone screen. Nothing happened. The call didn't end. The woman's voice was still coming through the speaker, asking me another question about my personal information. I looked at my phone screen, and it still showed the active call interface with the timer counting up. I pressed the end call button again, harder this time, making sure I was hitting it squarely. The screen responded to my touch. I could see the button depress slightly, but the call continued. Now I was really starting to panic. I tried swiping up from the bottom of the screen to access the control center, thinking maybe I could end the call from there. The control center appeared, showing all the usual options, but tapping on anything didn't seem to do anything. The call just kept going. The woman was still talking, asking me to confirm my address again, using my full name in every sentence now. "What is your address?" My name. "Can you confirm your street address?" My name. Over and over like a broken record. I tried pressing the physical home button to exit the phone app entirely. The button clicked under my finger, but nothing happened on the screen. The phone app stayed open, the call timer kept counting, and the woman's voice kept asking for my address. I was standing in my bedroom holding a phone that wouldn't obey any of my commands, connected to someone who knew my name and wanted to know where I lived. The professional tone was completely gone now. She was just repeating the same questions over and over with this mechanical persistence that made my skin crawl. I tried turning the phone off completely by holding down the power button. The slide to power off slider appeared on the screen, and I dragged it all the way across. The screen went black for about 2 seconds, then lit up again, still showing the active call. The woman was still there, still asking for my address, still using my name with every question. But now, there was something different about her voice. It sounded less human, more artificial, like a computer program that was stuck in a loop. I was starting to hyperventilate. I'd never experienced anything like this. Technology that just refused to work the way it was supposed to. The phone felt hot in my hands, like the battery was overheating, but the screen was still responsive to my touch. It just wouldn't do what I told it to do. Then I remembered something from my college days, when I'd briefly experimented with jailbreaking phones. There was a way to force restart an iPhone by holding down both the home button and the power button simultaneously until the device completely shut down and rebooted. I held both buttons down and counted to 10. The woman's voice kept asking for my address, but I ignored it and focused on keeping both buttons pressed. At around the 8-second mark, the screen went black and stayed black. Silence. Beautiful, complete silence. I kept holding the buttons for another few seconds, just to make sure, then let go. The Apple logo appeared on the screen, and the phone went through its normal startup sequence. When it finished booting up, everything was normal. No active calls, no missed call notifications, no sign that the weird conversation had ever happened. The phone was responding to all my touches normally, all the buttons were working properly. I immediately went into my call history to see if there was any record of the strange call. There was nothing. The last call in my history was from a friend earlier that afternoon. According to my phone, I hadn't received any calls that evening. But I knew what had happened. I'd been trapped in a conversation with someone who knew my personal information, someone who had somehow taken control of my phone and prevented me from hanging up. I spent the rest of the night researching phone hacking and remote access attacks, trying to figure out if what I'd experienced was technically possible. I found lots of information about malware that could compromise phones, but nothing that exactly matched what had happened to me. Most phone malware is designed to steal information or access your accounts. I couldn't find any examples of malware that could prevent you from ending a call while keeping the caller connected. Over the next few days, I became paranoid about every call I received. I'd check and double-check that I could hang up normally, that all my phone's functions were working properly. Everything seemed fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that my phone had been compromised somehow. I never received another call from that number, and when I tried calling it back, I just got a number not in service message. Whatever system or organization had called me seemed to have vanished as completely as it had appeared. The scariest part wasn't even the technical impossibility of what had happened. It was the realization of how much personal information I'd given out before I realized something was wrong. My name, my email, my phone number. Probably enough for someone to find out a lot more about me if they wanted to. I changed my email password and started being much more careful about answering unknown calls. But the damage was already done. Someone out there had my information and had demonstrated that they could control my technology in ways I didn't understand. About a month later, I started getting weird emails. Nothing obviously malicious, just slightly off-putting messages that seemed to know things about my daily routine. An email about a restaurant I'd eaten at recently with my name in the subject line. A message about a store I'd visited asking if I'd found what I was looking for. The emails always came from different addresses, and they never asked for any information or tried to get me to click on links. They just demonstrated that someone was watching me, tracking my movements, and wanted me to know it. I reported the emails to my email provider and to local law enforcement, but there wasn't much they could do. The emails weren't technically threatening, and they didn't contain any obvious criminal activity. The police officer I spoke with suggested it might be an ex-boyfriend or someone I'd had a falling out with, but I knew it was connected to that phone call. Someone had used my cooperation and politeness against me, had extracted information from me through what seemed like an official inquiry, and then had demonstrated their power by taking control of my phone when I tried to resist. The emails stopped after a few months, But I never forgot the lesson. There are people out there who can make technology do things it's not supposed to do, who can trap you in conversations you can't escape, who can demonstrate their control over your devices in subtle but terrifying ways. I upgraded to a newer iPhone as soon as I could afford it, thinking maybe the problem was with the older operating system. But sometimes late at night when my phone rings with an unknown number, I hesitate before answering, because I know that somewhere out there is someone who called me by my full name, who wanted to know where I lived, who could prevent me from hanging up when I wanted the conversation to end. And I know that the next time they call, they might not let me force restart my way out of it. Technology is supposed to serve us, supposed to obey our commands and do what we tell it to do. But that night, I learned that sometimes the rules don't apply, that sometimes our devices can be turned against us by people who understand systems we don't even know exist. The woman on the phone knew my name, wanted my address, and had the power to trap me in a conversation I couldn't escape. She demonstrated that my phone wasn't really under my control, that ending a call was a privilege that could be taken away. And even though it's been 2 years, even though I have a new phone with updated security, I still remember her voice asking for my address over and over again, using my name like she owned it. Still remember the feeling of pressing buttons that wouldn't work, of being connected to someone who wouldn't let go. Still remember learning that sometimes, when you try to hang up, the other person gets to decide whether the conversation is really over. Story 14. I haven't been camping since that night in the Nantahala National Forest. I used to love getting out into the wilderness, away from cities and cell towers and all the noise of modern life. But after what I saw moving between those railroad tracks in the middle of the night, I can't handle the idea of being alone in the woods after dark. This happened during the pandemic, when everything was locked down and people were going stir-crazy from being stuck inside all the time. My dad and I decided to take our motorcycles up to the mountains for a long weekend, him on his old panhead Harley that he'd been restoring for years, me on my Triumph that I'd bought the year before. The Blue Ridge Parkway was perfect for motorcycle touring. Miles of winding mountain roads, scenic overlooks, and hardly any traffic because of the lockdowns. We spent 2 days riding through the mountains, stopping at overlooks and small towns, just enjoying the freedom of being out in the open air. On our second night, we found this small campground in the Nantahala National Forest. It wasn't one of the big, developed campgrounds with facilities and camp stores. This was just a small clearing in the woods with maybe 6 or 7 campsites, each one tucked back into the trees for privacy. The campground was basically empty except for us and one other family who were set up on the far side of the clearing. Perfect for what we wanted. Just some peace and quiet in the mountains without a bunch of other people around. Our campsite was right next to where an old set of railroad tracks cut through the forest. The tracks looked like they hadn't been used in decades. The rails were rusty. Weeds were growing up between the ties, and some of the wooden cross ties were rotted and falling apart. But you could still see the cleared path where the railroad cut through the dense forest. Dad was fascinated by the old tracks. He spent time that afternoon walking along them, trying to figure out what railroad line they might have belonged to and when they'd last been in service. He loved that kind of industrial history, especially anything related to transportation. We set up our tent, maybe 50 feet from the tracks, in a spot where we had a clear view down the railroad right of way in both directions. During the day, it was actually pretty scenic. This long, straight corridor cutting through the dense mountain forest, with the old rails reflecting sunlight and disappearing around curves in the distance. That evening we built a fire and cooked dinner over the coals. Dad brought out a bottle of whiskey he'd been saving, and we sat around the campfire talking about the riding we'd done that day and planning our route for the next day. It was one of those perfect father-son moments that you remember for the rest of your life. By around 10 o'clock, the fire had burned down to just glowing embers, and Dad was ready to turn in for the night. He was in his 70s and didn't have the energy he used to have for staying up late around campfires. I told him I'd bank the coals and clean up the cooking gear, then I'd be in to sleep as well. After he went into the tent, I decided to call my boyfriend back home to check in and let him know we were having a good time. Cell service was spotty in the mountains, but I could usually get a signal if I walked around and found the right spot. I wandered away from our campsite looking for bars on my phone and ended up standing near the railroad tracks where the signal seemed to be strongest. It was a clear night with a decent moon, so I could see pretty well even without a flashlight. I was maybe 10 minutes into the phone call, just chatting about random stuff and enjoying the peace and quiet of the mountains, when I got this sudden feeling that I was being watched. You know that sensation when the hair on the back of your neck starts to prickle and you get this primitive awareness that you're not alone. It's like some ancient part of your brain detecting a threat before your conscious mind catches up. I stopped talking mid-sentence and looked around the campsite area. Dad's tent was dark and quiet. I could hear him snoring softly, which was normal for him. The other family's campsite was also quiet, just the faint glow of their dying campfire visible through the trees. But something felt wrong. The normal sounds of the forest, insects, small animals moving through the underbrush, the occasional owl call, had gone completely silent. It was like the entire woods were holding their breath. I told my boyfriend I'd call him back and hung up the phone. As soon as I did, the silence seemed even more pronounced. No wind in the trees, no distant sounds of nocturnal animals, nothing. Just this heavy, expectant quiet that made me want to whisper. That's when I looked down the railroad tracks and saw something moving in the distance. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other large animal crossing the tracks. The movement was maybe 100 yards away, right at the edge of what I could see clearly in the moonlight. But as I watched, I realized it wasn't moving like any animal I'd ever seen. The shape was tall and thin, definitely upright and human-like in its basic outline. But it moved with this strange, jerky motion that reminded me of stop-motion animation, like it was moving from position to position without any smooth transition between them. I squinted, trying to get a better look, and the figure seemed to notice my attention. It stopped moving and turned toward where I was standing. Even from that distance, I could tell it was looking directly at me. My stomach dropped. This wasn't some lost hiker or railroad worker checking the old tracks. The proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin, with arms and legs that seemed too long for the body, and the way it moved was completely unnatural. We stood there looking at each other for maybe 30 seconds. This impossible figure on the old railroad tracks and me standing next to my dad's tent with my cell phone in my hand. I was torn between wanting to get closer to see what I was looking at and wanting to run back to the safety of our campsite. Then it started moving toward me, not walking or running, but that same strange, discontinuous movement I'd noticed before. It would be in one position, then suddenly be several feet closer without any visible transition. Like watching a film with frames missing, where the action jumped from one moment to the next. Each jump brought it maybe 10 or 15 feet closer to where I was standing. At that rate, it would reach me in less than a minute. I backed toward our tent, never taking my eyes off the approaching figure. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and my hands were shaking as I fumbled for the tent zipper. "Dad," I whispered urgently. "Dad, wake up. There's something out here." I heard him stirring inside the tent, probably confused about being woken up in the middle of the night, but I couldn't wait for him to fully wake up and understand what was happening. The figure was getting closer, and as it did, I could make out more details that made the whole situation even more terrifying. It was definitely human-shaped, but wrong in every way. The limbs were too long and thin, like someone had stretched a person on a rack. The head was too small for the body, and it moved independently, turning to track my movement even when the body was facing a different direction. But the worst part was that it cast no shadow. The moonlight was bright enough that everything else, trees, rocks, our tent, had clear shadows. But this thing moving along the railroad tracks was like a hole in the world, a space where light and shadow behaved differently. I got the tent zipper open and dove inside, shaking Dad's shoulder to wake him up. "There's something outside," I said, trying to keep my voice low but urgent. "Something on the railroad tracks. It's coming toward us." Dad was awake now, alert in the way that comes from years of military training. He didn't ask questions or tell me I was imagining things. He just listened for a moment to the unnatural silence outside, then reached for his boots. "Stay in the tent," he said quietly. "Let me check it out." But when we looked outside through the tent flap, the railroad tracks were empty. Whatever I'd been watching approach our campsite was gone, and the normal sounds of the forest were starting to return. Insects chirping, the distant rustle of small animals, the soft whisper of wind through the trees. Dad grabbed a flashlight and walked out to examine the area around the tracks. I followed him, staying close, both of us scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The tracks looked exactly as they had during the day. Rusty rails, rotting ties, weeds growing up through the gravel ballast. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no evidence that anything had been walking along them. But I knew what I'd seen. The jerky, unnatural movement, the wrong proportions, the way it had approached our campsite with obvious intent. Dad didn't find anything unusual, but he didn't dismiss what I'd told him either. He just said we should both try to get some sleep, and we'd talk about it in the morning. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. Every sound from outside the tent made me tense up, expecting to see that figure standing over us when I opened my eyes. Even with Dad right there next to me, I felt exposed and vulnerable in a way I'd never experienced before in the wilderness. The next morning, we broke camp early and rode back towards civilization. Dad asked me a few questions about what I'd seen, but he didn't press for details when I had trouble describing it clearly. A few weeks later, I did some research on the area where we'd been camping. I found out that the old railroad tracks were part of a line that had been abandoned in the 1960s after a series of accidents and derailments. One of the accidents had been particularly bad. A freight train carrying lumber had derailed on a curve just a few miles from where we'd been camping, killing the engineer and 2 other workers. I also found some local folklore about strange sightings along the old railroad right-of-way, stories from hikers and hunters who claimed to see figures moving along the tracks at night, always described as unnaturally tall and thin, moving in ways that didn't seem quite human. Most of the accounts were dismissed as local legends or people seeing things in poor lighting conditions, but the consistency of the descriptions was unsettling. Too many people had seen something similar for it to be pure imagination. I never told my boyfriend the full details of what happened that night. "How do you explain that you saw something that moved like a broken film projection? Something that cast no shadow despite bright moonlight? Something that seemed to be aware of you from impossible distances?" Dad and I went on other motorcycle trips after that, but never back to that area of the Nantahala National Forest. He never said we were avoiding it specifically, but somehow our routes always took us to different mountains, different campgrounds, different railroad tracks that weren't abandoned and overgrown. I still think about that night sometimes, especially when I'm in wilderness areas where old infrastructure cuts through the forest. Abandoned railroad grades, old logging roads, the remains of mining operations, places where human activity from decades past has left scars in the landscape. Because I learned that some places hold on to their history in ways that don't make sense, that the echo of past events can manifest in forms that violate everything we think we know about how the world works. That figure on the railroad tracks wasn't human, but it wasn't completely alien either. It was something that belonged to that place, something that had been walking those rails for decades, maybe since the last train ran through that forest. And somewhere in the mountains of North Carolina, on a stretch of rusty, abandoned railroad tracks, it's probably still there, still moving with that jerky, impossible gait, still approaching campfires where people think they're safe in the wilderness, still reminding anyone who sees it that the forest remembers things we'd rather forget, and that some places never truly let go of their past. The worst part is knowing that if I went back there tomorrow night, stood by those same railroad tracks under the same moon, I'd probably see it again. Still walking the rails, still moving like broken time, still watching for travelers who venture too close to places where the past refuses to stay buried. Story 15. I can't sleep in small rooms anymore. After what happened that night at my boyfriend's grandmother's house, I need space around my bed, need to be able to see every corner, need to know exactly what's in the room with me. Because sometimes you're sharing space with something that shouldn't be there, and the worst part is not knowing how long it's been watching you. This was maybe 3 years ago, when I was dating this guy whose family lived in this old house that had been in their family for generations. The house itself wasn't particularly creepy during the day, just an older home with narrow hallways and small rooms, the kind of place where previous generations had lived when families were larger and privacy wasn't as important. My boyfriend's grandmother was in her 80s and had some health issues that required someone to keep an eye on her at night. The family took turns staying over, and sometimes I'd come along to help out and spend time with her. She was a sweet old lady who loved having company and would tell stories about the house and the family history. That particular night, his grandmother was feeling worse than usual. Not seriously ill, but uncomfortable enough that we decided someone should definitely stay with her. The sleeping arrangements were that my boyfriend and I would share the small guest room next to her bedroom, so we'd be close by if she needed anything during the night. The guest room was tiny, maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with just enough space for 2 single beds pushed close together and a narrow walkway along one wall. There was one window that faced the backyard and a door that opened into the hallway that connected to his grandmother's room. The beds were old-fashioned twin beds with metal frames, the kind you might find in a hospital or boarding house from decades ago. They were pushed so close together that you could reach across and touch the other person without stretching. When you were lying in bed, you could see the entire room, the window, the door, the small closet, everything. We'd helped his grandmother get ready for bed around 9:30, made sure she had her medications and a glass of water within reach, and then settled into our own room for the night. I was tired from a long day at work, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but it felt like that deep middle-of-the-night hour when the world is completely quiet. The room was dark except for some faint light coming through the window from a street lamp outside. I was lying on my side facing my boyfriend's bed, and I could see he was still asleep, breathing deeply and quietly. His grandmother's room was silent too, no sounds of movement or distress that would indicate she needed help. But something had woken me up, and as I lay there in the darkness, I became aware of a presence in the room that shouldn't have been there. It wasn't a sound or a movement that I could identify. It was more like a change in the atmosphere, a sense that the space had become more crowded somehow. You know that feeling when you're in an elevator and someone gets on behind you, and even though you haven't turned around, you know they're there? That's what this was like. I stayed perfectly still, not moving or opening my eyes fully, just trying to figure out what had changed in the room. The rational part of my brain was telling me it was probably nothing. Maybe his grandmother had gotten up to use the bathroom, or maybe I'd heard a sound from outside that had woken me. But the feeling of being watched was so strong that I couldn't ignore it. Every nerve in my body was telling me that I wasn't alone in that small room. I opened my eyes slightly and looked around without moving my head. My boyfriend was still in his bed, still sleeping soundly. The door to the hallway was closed, just as we'd left it. The window showed nothing but darkness outside. But at the foot of my boyfriend's bed, standing in the narrow space between his bed and the wall, was a figure I'd never seen before. It was a tall man, in what looked like a long, dark coat or robe that reached almost to the floor. The coat seemed to absorb the faint light from outside rather than reflecting it, making him appear as more of a silhouette than a solid presence. My heart stopped for a moment, then started beating so fast I was afraid the sound would wake up my boyfriend. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house, that we were in danger and I needed to wake everyone up immediately. But the figure wasn't moving in a threatening way. He was just standing there, perfectly still, like he'd been there for a while and was in no hurry to leave. There was something patient about his posture, like he was waiting for something or watching something with great interest. I couldn't see his face clearly because of the way the light fell in the room, but I could tell he was looking down at my boyfriend's sleeping form. Not in a menacing way, more like observation, like he was studying my boyfriend, taking note of something. I lay frozen in my bed, afraid to move or make any sound that might attract the figure's attention to me. I kept thinking that if I stayed perfectly still and quiet, maybe he wouldn't notice I was awake. Maybe he'd just finish whatever he was doing and leave. But as I watched, he slowly turned his head toward me. Even though I couldn't make out his features, I knew he was looking directly at me now. The sensation of being seen, of being evaluated, was so intense it made my skin crawl. It was like being examined by something that was trying to determine whether I was a threat or just an obstacle. We looked at each other across the tiny room for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. I was terrified to blink, afraid that if I took my eyes off him for even a second, he might move closer or do something I couldn't predict. The strangest part was that my boyfriend continued sleeping peacefully through all of this. Usually, he was a light sleeper who would wake up if I so much as rolled over in bed. But now, with this imposing figure standing just feet away from him, he didn't stir at all. Finally, the figure began to move, not toward me or toward my boyfriend, but toward the door that led to the hallway. His movement was completely silent. No footsteps, no rustle of clothing, no sound at all as he glided across the small room. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back to look at me one more time. This time, I got a better look at his profile in the dim light. He appeared to be an older man with longish hair, but there was something timeless about his appearance that made it hard to guess his age. Then he passed through the closed door, not opened it, not turned the handle, passed through it like it was made of air instead of solid wood. I lay in bed staring at the door for the rest of the night, my heart pounding and my mind racing. I kept expecting him to come back, to reappear in the room, or to materialize somewhere else. But the room stayed empty, and gradually the normal sounds of an old house settling began to return. When morning came and my boyfriend started to wake up, I debated whether to tell him what I'd seen. How do you explain that someone was in the room watching him sleep? Someone who could walk through closed doors and move without making any sound? I decided to mention it casually, just to see if he'd experienced anything unusual during the night. "Did you sleep okay?" I asked as he was getting dressed. "I thought I heard someone in the hallway around 3 in the morning. He said he'd slept fine, hadn't heard anything unusual. When I pressed a little more, asking if he'd ever noticed anything strange about the house, he got this thoughtful look. 'Funny you should ask,' he said. 'My mom mentioned something a while back about seeing someone in the hallways at night when she stayed over. She thought it might be my grandmother getting confused and wandering around, but when she checked, my grandmother was always sound asleep in her bed.' That made my blood run cold. Other people had seen the figure, but no one had talked about it openly, probably for the same reason I was hesitating to bring it up. Later that morning, when we were having breakfast with his grandmother, I decided to test the waters by asking about the history of the house. Had anyone else lived there over the years? Had there been any unusual incidents or stories connected to the place? His grandmother got this distant look and said the house had been in the family for over 60 years, and that sometimes old places held onto memories of the people who'd lived there. When I asked what she meant by that, she just smiled and said some houses had more character than others. But his mother, who had come over to check on things, was more direct. She pulled me aside later and asked if I'd seen anything unusual during the night. When I described the tall figure in the dark coat, she nodded like she'd been expecting exactly that description. "We call him the Watcher," she said. "He's been showing up in that house for as long as I can remember. Never causes any harm, never interacts with anyone directly. He just watches. Usually shows up when someone in the family is going through a difficult time or when there's illness in the house." She explained that her husband, my boyfriend's father, had seen the figure multiple times over the years, always in the same dark coat, always standing quietly in hallways or doorways. Other family members had reported similar sightings, but they'd learned not to talk about it much because it tended to make visitors uncomfortable. "The thing is," she said, "he's never threatening. If anything, family members who've seen him say they felt protected, I guess, like he was keeping watch over the house and the people in it." That should have been reassuring, but somehow it made the whole experience even more unsettling. The idea that this figure had been wandering through the house for decades, watching over sleeping family members, observing private moments, being present for intimate conversations, it made me feel exposed in a way I'd never experienced before. Over the next few months, I stayed over at the house several more times when his grandmother needed care. I never saw the figure again, but I always felt like I might. Every shadow in the hallway, every creak of the old floorboards, every movement glimpsed in my peripheral vision made me wonder if the Watcher had returned. His grandmother passed away about a year later, and the family eventually sold the house to strangers who didn't know about its unusual resident. I sometimes wonder if the new owners have encountered the tall figure in the dark coat, if they've woken up in the middle of the night to find someone standing silently in their bedroom. Or maybe the Watcher was connected specifically to that family, and when they moved out, he moved on too. Maybe he's following them to their new homes, continuing his decades-long vigil over people who've learned to accept his presence as part of their family history. I never told my boyfriend the full details of what I experienced that night. The way the figure had looked directly at me, the intelligence I'd sensed behind his observation, the feeling that he'd been evaluating me somehow. Some experiences feel too personal to share, even with people you trust. But I learned that some houses hold more than just memories, that families can inherit mysteries along with property, that not all supernatural experiences are frightening in obvious ways. Sometimes the most unsettling encounters are the ones that feel almost familiar, like meeting someone who's been watching you from a distance for a long time, someone who knows things about you that you didn't know they knew. The Watcher never threatened me, never tried to communicate or interact, but his presence in that small room changed something fundamental about how I understand privacy and solitude. Because now I know that sometimes, even when you think you're alone, someone might be standing quietly in the shadows, observing, remembering, keeping watch over things you thought were private. And the most terrifying part isn't that they might mean you harm, it's that they might not mean anything at all. They might just be there, witnessing, recording, filing away details of your life for reasons you'll never understand. Somewhere out there, in houses where families have lived for generations, there might be watchers standing silent guard over sleeping people who have no idea they're being observed. Tall figures in dark coats who pass through closed doors and move without sound, who know the intimate details of family life across decades of careful attention, still watching, still remembering, still present in the spaces between waking and sleeping, where the boundaries between the living and whatever lies beyond them become thin enough to cross. And maybe that's the most unsettling truth of all, that we're never really alone, never really unobserved, never really free from the attention of things that exist in the margins of our understanding. The watcher is still out there somewhere, in some family's house, standing at the foot of someone's bed in the deep hours of the night, still keeping his patient vigil, still remembering everything he sees.